Chapter 262. Shameless. Yi Xian coldly smiled and said, I have to say, after seeing Fairy Guanhan's exquisite jade body that day, I couldn't sleep at all. If I had Yang Jian's cultivation that day, I would definitely have kissed Fairy Guanhan and felt the beauty of the number one beauty of the three realms. Silence. Silence. Dead silence. When Yi Xian finished speaking, the immortals were stunned. The Jade Emperor's body trembled and his face turned red. The fairy of Guanghan's immortal light was in a mess. Although her face was covered by a veil and no one could see her expression, her eyes were filled with shame and anger. Yi Xian's words, whether intentional or unintentional, revealed the fact that he'd seen the jade body of the Moon Fairy. This kind of fantasy was simply unimaginable to the immortals, and it caused the immortals and the Jade Emperor to be speechless. At this moment, Yang Jian stared at the fairy of Guanghan. Even his voice was trembling. He said, Fairy. Fairy. Is he telling the truth? Yi Xian, you are shameless. The fairy of Guanghan had never been humiliated like this. Tears welled up in her eyes. She summoned a cloud and disappeared. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care about the fairy of Guanghan's curses. Because the fairy of Guanghan was just a tool in his eyes. He was just making the best use of her. Yang Jian, let me tell you. I have already gotten the fairy of Guanghan's body. Yi Xian's simple words not only caused Yang Jian to be stunned speechless, even the Jade Emperor and the other immortals seemed to have turned into puppets. An extremely strange atmosphere spread throughout the world. Now, Yi Xian's eyes focused as the heavenly punishing halberd released a terrifying aura. He took a step forward, and without waiting for Yang Jian to recover from his daze, the cold tip of the halberd ruthlessly pierced through Yang Jian's heart. Die! Yi Xian held the heaven-destroying halberd in his hand and roared savagely. He poured what little power he had left in his body into the halberd. An extremely terrifying and ferocious aura exploded with a bang and instantly blasted Yang Jian into a bloody mist. That's right, Yi Xian had spouted so much nonsense just to make Yang Jian lose his mind. Only then would he be able to scatter his soul and kill him. And this was Yi Xian's true motive. There was no such thing as despicable and shameless. Only the winner takes all. Even though he had the heaven-destroying halberd, a golden immortal of all heaven was still a golden immortal of all heaven. Even though Yang Jian was seriously injured and could only use 30% of his power, it was still not something that Yi Xian could withstand. Everything was over. Yi Xian's entire body was trembling. He had racked his brains and used every conceivable method he could think of to overcome this calamity of life and death, but in the end, he had managed to overcome it. Call him despicable and shameless. Call him heartless. Yi Xian only wanted to live, not die under Yang Jian's blade. That was all. Eye of heaven and earth Dharma. All of a sudden, heaven and earth buzzed with each word. Before Yi Xian could recover, a tightly shut vertical eye appeared in the sky. Immediately, the 33 layers of the celestial court shook violently. Oh no! Looking at this scene, the Jade Emperor suddenly came to his senses. Only he knew what had happened. His face was already pale and his eyes were frozen. He did not care about the immortals around him. His hands formed a supreme immortal art, causing the 33 layers of the celestial court to erect a protective formation. Yi Xian, I want you to never be reincarnated. The sky exploded and everything collapsed. Yang Jian's cold voice echoed between heaven and earth. The vertical eye in the sky slowly opened. The eye of heaven and earth, the immortal light of destruction. These were Yang Jian's innate divine powers and also his greatest trump card. It was also his most powerful attack. It was an old legend. Yang Jian was the product of man and immortal. When he was born, he was bestowed with 3 eyes. There were 9 immortal lights of destruction in his eyes. Even Daluo Jingxian did not dare to take them head-on. Even during the investiture of the gods, Yang Jian had never used his eye of heaven and earth. This was because every time he used the immortal light of destruction, his origin would be damaged and he would no longer be able to reach the sage-to-be realm. Today, Yi Xian destroyed his physical body and scattered his soul. However, under the protection of the eye of heaven and earth, Yang Jian's true spirit was not destroyed. This completely enraged him. In the end, he disregarded his Tongtian immortal Tao and wanted to use the immortal light of destruction to kill Yi Xian. Break. A spot of immortal light fell from the eye of heaven and earth. Everything was distorted. Countless immortal islands and palaces turned into ashes. Some immortals who could not dodge in time were hit by the aftershock of the immortal light of destruction. Their souls were scattered between heaven and earth. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression was mournful and unwilling. He could feel that death was coming for him. He did not expect that he would still be defeated by Yang Jian after using all his means. The immortal light of destruction was too terrifying. It was a gift from heaven and earth to Yang Jian. No one could survive under the immortal light of destruction. Even the Jade Emperor stopped hiding his cultivation and activated the Celestial Protection Array to protect the entire Celestial Court. "You're still too early to kill me," Yi Xian roared at the sky. His eyes were wild and sinister. His hands moved endlessly as he formed an unimaginable immortal art. Boundless heaven and earth inverted. With the weapon as the body and blood as the spirit, quick. When Yi Xian used the forbidden immortal art, he bled from his 7 orifices and his entire body shot out a bloody mist that filled the sky. He was like an evil spirit that crawled out of hell, terrifying and frightening. The bloody mist that filled the sky dyed the heaven-punishing halberd a mournful and blood-red color, and it even emitted a bloody light that covered Yi Xian within. Man and halberd as one. Yi Xian roared violently as the immortal light of annihilation approached him. Instantly, the 90,000 kilometers of heavenly river turned into endless water vapor, and the sound of everything collapsing could be heard. The heavens were pierced through. Golden blood flowed from Yang Jian's Dharma eye of heaven and earth. Then, it disappeared into the sky. His primordial spirit was extremely weak and had fallen into a coma. The celestial hound whimpered and carried Yang Jian's broken primordial spirit. It turned into a terrifying immortal light and fled towards the lower realm. Obviously, it was afraid that some immortals would take advantage of the situation and destroy Yang Jian's broken primordial spirit. Yi Xian's body was tattered and lifeless. It was unknown if he was alive or dead, but the heavenly punishing halberd revolved around him and carried a monstrous ferocious aura to protect his body as he fell from the 33rd level of the heaven realm to the lower realms. At this moment, when the Jade Emperor saw this, his eyes flashed with a terrifying killing intent. He wanted to catch up with the two of them and kill them one by one. However, the heaven-protecting formation had been activated. Without the support of his immortal chi, the aftermath of the battle between the two of them would bring an unimaginable catastrophe to the heaven realm. Moreover, after much consideration, the Jade Emperor gave up the idea of killing the two of them. This was because Yang Jian was the disciple of Immortal Yu Ding and the first disciple of the 3rd generation of the Chan sect. If he could not kill Yang Jian and was discovered by the 12 ancient golden immortals, he would suffer an unimaginable catastrophe. As for the heaven-punishing halberd in Yi Xian's hand, it caused the Jade Emperor to feel extreme fear. If he were to provoke this weapon to protect its master and erupt with an apocalyptic might, his soul would scatter and he would die. The shocking battle ended with Yi Xian and Yang Jian both injured. However, the enmity between the two of them had been formed. In the future, one of them would die. Chapter 263. Don't worry about not having friends in the future. Who in the world doesn't know you? Yang Jian was the most dazzling star in the 3 realms. He had many titles and many legends. Lord Erlang was the god of war in the three realms, the #1 disciple of the third generation of the Chan school, and the god of law enforcement of the celestial court. Everyone in the three realms heard Yang Jian's name. Yi Xian was a nameless person. No one had heard of his name except for killing primordial demon and being conferred the title of Lord Erlang by the Jade Emperor. However, after the shocking battle in the heaven realm spread, Yi Xian was known by everyone in the three realms. They were even discussing who Yi Xian was. In the past, even when facing that lawless monkey, he was still in an invincible position. However, it was precisely this kind of proud son of the heavens that ended up with his body annihilated. Even a little bit of his true spirit had fled to the lower realms under the protection of the howling celestial dog, and the culprit was this Taoist Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian's life and death were unknown, his result was not better than Yang Jian's. The battle between the two of them did not determine the winner, but it ended with both of them suffering. Regardless of the countless demon kings in the earth immortal world, the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas in the West Mountain Great Thunderclap Temple, or the immortals of the Chan school and Jie school were already familiar with Yi Xian's name. Yi Xian and Yang Jian were evenly matched. This was already a fantasy. This also proved Yi Xian's terrifying cultivation. Although the immortals of the celestial court spread the news that Yi Xian was only a grand unity mystic immortal, everyone in the three realms did not believe it. They all thought that it was just a rumor. If Yi Xian was really a grand unity mystic immortal, he would not even be able to take one move from Yang Jian, an all-heaven golden immortal. He would be beaten to death. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the demon kings or the Bodhisattvas or Buddhas, even the immortals of the Chan school and Jie school all thought that Yi Xian must be an all-heaven golden immortal. He was in the same realm as Yang Jian. Jade Spring Mountain, Golden Afterglow Cave. This was the Tao venue of one of the 12 ancient golden immortals, perfected Jade Cauldron. As one of the 12 ancient golden immortals, needless to say, perfected Yu Ding's cultivation was an extremely terrifying existence. However, this old man was a peaceful person. He did not fight or snatch, nor did he have an undeserved reputation. He stayed in seclusion in Jade Spring Mountain all year round to cultivate Tao. It could be said that he was a transcendent Daoyuo Jinxian. However, today, Golden Cloud's cave's immortal light was shining brightly, and sighs could be heard continuously. Erlang, I've told you long ago that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the three realms. You have to tread on thin ice when you cultivate and seek the Tao. That Taoist Yi Xian's background is unknown, and he even has your Grandmaster Yu Qing's talisman decree. Why did you have to provoke him and bear such a terrible consequence with him? Taoist Yu Ding's hair and beard were all white, and his words were slightly reprimanding. Yang Jian pointed at Yuan Ling, who was floating in the immortal spring. His physical body had been destroyed, and the voice that came from his true spirit was extremely weak. Master, that Yi Xian is despicable and shameless. He bullied me too much. Not only did he insult my background, but he also blasphemed against the fairy of Guanghan. If I don't kill him, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart. You evil creature. Perfected Yu Ding's hair and beard were all standing up, and great anger appeared on his face. He reprimanded, I've told you long ago that you shouldn't provoke the fairy of Guanghan. Although her cultivation is ordinary, she has a great relationship with the Wu tribe. Have you forgotten who shot down the 9 great golden crows during the great witch demon tribulation? You evil creature, it seems that I've been too arrogant and indulgent of you. Now, you've become arrogant. You. Do you know how vast the 3 realms of heaven and earth are? Do you really think that no one in the 3 realms dares to provoke the clan of Chan after their great victory in the battle of investiture of the gods? The more perfected Yu Ding spoke, the angrier he became. He kept pacing back and forth in the Golden Cloud's cave, and then pointed at the immortal spring, directly trapping Yang Jian's true spirit in it. From today onwards, you will condense your physical body in this immortal spring. I'll punish you by confining you for 10,000 years. When you step into the Daluo Jingxian, you can come out of seclusion. Perfected Yu Ding said with disappointment. Master, that Daoist Yi Xian must not be left alive. If I don't kill him, he will definitely kill me in the future. Master, please don't imprison me here. Yang Jian's voice was anxious, and he begged Perfected Yu Ding. You evil creature, why are you still so stupid? Although I don't know why your Grandmaster gave the Jade Clear Talisman to Yi Xian, I can already peek into the unfathomable mysteries of heaven. This Yi Xian must be a key figure in the immeasurable calamity. How can you kill him? He is only a primordial unity Xian immortal now, but he has already injured you to this extent. Although he attacked you sneakily, this also proves that this person is not easy to deal with. Don't provoke him in the future. Perfected Yu Ding was resolute and decisive. He did not give Yang Jian any room for negotiation. He turned and walked out of the Golden Clouds cave. Outside the Golden Clouds cave, Perfected Yu Ding looked distressed and sighed repeatedly. Yang Jian was his disciple, and he regarded him as his own son. Now that he was injured like this, how could Perfected Yu Ding not feel distressed? However, with the gradual improvement of his cultivation, Perfected Yu Ding increasingly felt his own insignificance and that the mysteries of heaven were really unpredictable. Pangu opened the sky, Hongjun preached, the three pure ones established the sect, Nuwa created man, the dragon phoenix calamity, the great war of witch demon, the three sovereigns ruled the world, the great war of gods. This world was too vast, and there were too many hidden uncertainties. Although Perfected Yu Ding was Daluo Jingxian, he knew that in fact, although he seemed to be supreme in this world, in the eyes of some people, he was just a chess piece. The world was a chessboard, and all living beings were chess pieces. Even the golden immortals of the great all-embracing heaven were no exception. His disciple was too arrogant. If he did not temper his temperament, he was afraid that in the future immeasurable calamity, he would really die and disappear from the world. Dongxing Divine Continent, Haoshuan Mountain. Haoshuan Mountain covered an area of 1,000,000 miles. In the mountain, there was a Taoist sect called Jiuhua Immortal. Its sect master called himself Jiuhua Xian Immortal, and he was an overlord in this area. However, Jiuhua Xian Immortal's body was a goshawk. Most of his disciples were demons who were dedicated to Taoism. Of course, there were also a large number of human cultivators. The Immortal Gate was wide open, and there was no discrimination in education. This was the principle that the Jiuhua Immortal sect believed in. On this day, the sky was high and the clouds were light. The sky was clear for thousands of miles. A gust of wind blew, bringing with it a rich fragrance of grass and trees. It made people feel refreshed and relaxed. At the foot of Haoshuan Mountain, more than 10 disciples of the Jiuhua Immortal sect were rushing back to the sect. These people were mostly young men and women. The highest cultivation level was only at the spirit severing stage, and the weakest was only at the golden core stage. Senior brothers, you guys, look. A young girl exclaimed and pointed at a patch of grass by the side of the road in panic. Everyone was stunned. They all looked at the grass and saw a person in the grass. His body was soaked in blood. The blood had already coagulated, and there was no sign of life around him. Chapter 264. A young man quickly arrived before this person and pushed aside the hair that covered this person's face, and then a handsome appearance appeared before his eyes. But under the probing of the young man, this person was already not breathing, and there wasn't the slightest trace of spirit light around this person's body. The young man's eyes spun as he ceaselessly searched this person's body. After an entire 10 breaths of time, the young man said with a dejected expression, "Truly unlucky. This fellow doesn't even have a single magic artifact in his possession. Senior brotherly, he's dead." A disciple of the 9 Radiance Immortal sect probed. The young man laughed with disdain and said, What's so strange about a dead person in this 500,000 kilometers vast profound mountain? Look at his extremely damaged body. He was surely injured to such an extent by a demon beast and was exhausted here in the end. Alright, let's quickly return to the sect so that the elders won't be worried about us. The young man called out before leading the group of disciples of the 9 Radiance Immortal sect back to the sect. As for the corpse in the grass, these disciples naturally wouldn't spare it a second glance. After all, in this vast earthly immortal dimension, there was no lack of dead people, so these disciples could be considered to be accustomed to it. Hey, Li Jianglu, why aren't you leaving? A young woman frowned and reprimanded a young man behind her. Huh. I'm coming. Li Jiangliu's figure was thin, his clothes were slightly simple, and there was a trace of immaturity on his face. His cultivation was merely at the Golden Core realm, and he seemed to be unable to bear it as he glanced at the corpse in the grass before quickly catching up to everyone. Ha ha ha. A female disciple laughed with ridicule. Don't all of you know Jianglu? He has an extremely good heart. Even the death of a little rabbit made him sad for a long time. He probably saw how pitiful this person's death was and wanted to help bury it, right? Jianglu, senior brotherly isn't criticizing you, but you've already entered the sect for 10 years, yet you've only just stepped into the Golden Core realm. You have to know that the Outer Court Disciple competition is in 3 years. If you're unable to step into the nascent soul realm, then you'll be expelled from the 9 Radiance Immortal sect. Senior brotherly reprimanded with displeasure. That's enough. What's the point of saying so much to this trash? With his current cultivation, how can he step into the nascent soul stage in 3 years? A senior sister said coldly and disdainfully. Li Jiangliu's face was pale while a wisp of mist appeared in his eyes. He forcefully restrained his tears from falling, and he lowered his head and followed behind everyone as they returned to the 9 Radiance Immortal sect. Night fell, and the sky was filled with stars. A thin and weak figure flew through the air on a magic sword. However, his body was slightly unstable. It was obvious that his sword-wielding technique was not that proficient. Found it. Li Jiangliu's small face lit up with joy. He formed a sword seal and swooped down, directly landing beside a bush. After that, he quickly carried the corpse in the bush and rode his sword towards the distance again. In the back mountain of the 9 Radiance Immortal sect, on the Labor Peak. This was a desolate small forest. Under the illumination of the stars that filled the sky, Li Jiangliu's thin and weak figure was reflected. This young man was controlling his spirit sword to dig the ground, and it wasn't long before he dug out a 10m large pit. If this scene was seen by the disciples of the 9 Radiance Immortal sect, they would definitely scold him. A dignified disciple of the 9 Radiance Immortal sect had actually used the spirit sword in his hand to dig a pit. This was simply ruining the reputation of the 9 Radiance Immortal sect. Senior, it's fate that brought us together. I can't bear to see Senior's corpse abandoned in the wilderness, so I can only dig a simple grave for you. You can rest in peace in the netherworld. Li Jianglu bowed 3 times to the corpse while muttering. Obviously, this wasn't the first time he'd done this. After paying his respects to the nameless corpse on the ground, Li Jianglu was about to bury the corpse. However, before he could make a move, the nameless corpse on the ground suddenly moved. The pale palm silently pressed down on the youth's bare feet, and an extremely weak voice sounded out at this moment. Water. Water. A.H. The youth, Li Jianglu, screamed in shock. It was extremely ear-piercing in this empty small forest, but he immediately covered his mouth and tried his best to calm himself down. He's still alive. The youth, Li Jianglu, muttered to himself with a slightly complicated expression. However, he still carried the nameless corpse on his back, held up his sword, and walked towards his residence. 9 Radiance Immortal Sect, Labor Peak. There was a simple stone house and a bed made of solid wood. Besides that, there was nothing else. Yi Xian's countenance was ghastly pale while his breathing was extremely weak. He was lying on the bed in a coma. As he looked at Yi Xian's ghastly pale and colorless face, Li Jiangliu's eyes were slightly fearful. However, he still pulled open the water bottle and carefully fed the clear spring water bit by bit into Yi Xian's mouth. Cough. A light cough sounded out from Yi Xian's mouth, and there were even traces of blood that flowed out from the corners of his mouth along with the spring water. He tried his best to open his eyes while the feeling of a myriad of needles piercing his soul came from within, causing Yi Xian's face to warp to the extreme. Pain that tore at his soul caused Yi Xian to forcefully endure it and not howl. He tried his best to support his arms with the intention of standing up. Bang! Yi Xian collapsed weakly on the bed. Large amounts of cold sweat drenched his body. It was obvious that it was extremely strenuous for him to even move now. Yang Jian, what a good destructive immortal light! Yi Xian muttered coldly. The killing intent contained in his voice caused the young man's heart to turn cold. He looked at Yi Xian with even more fear in his eyes. Li Jianglu mustered up his courage and came to Yi Xian's side. His voice was slightly trembling as he said, "You don't move around. Your injuries are too severe." Yi Xian thought for a moment before he suppressed the violent killing intent in his heart. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Li Jianglu. He knew that it was this young man who had saved him. "Little brother, what's your name and where is this place?" Yi Xian asked calmly. "My name is Li Jianglu. I'm an outer court disciple of the Nine Radiance Immortal sect." "This is the labor peak of the Nine Radiance Immortal sect," the young man answered truthfully. However, his gaze towards Yi Xian was slightly curious. "The Nine Radiance Immortal sect." Yi Xian muttered as he tried his best to recall the scene of his last battle with Yang Jian. Suddenly, Yi Xian recalled that he had used a forbidden technique to become one with the heaven-destroying halberd to barely block Yang Jian's destructive immortal light. After that, he had fallen from the celestial court to the lower realm. "Looks like this is undoubtedly the Earth Immortal realm," Yi Xian muttered to himself. He heaved a sigh of relief. If he had remained in the celestial court with his current injuries, the Jade Emperor would definitely not have let him off. Li Jianglu opened his mouth to ask something as he watched Yi Xian fall into deep thought. However, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He only looked at Yi Xian with a doubtful gaze. At this moment, Yi Xian was constantly inspecting his own body. His brows were tightly knitted together. There was no immortal chi left in his body. Even the slightest use of the power of his primordial spirit caused him extreme pain. Clearly, his injuries were too severe in the battle with Yang Jian. Right now, it was extremely difficult for him to even move his body, let alone use a trace of immortal chi. It was even more difficult for him to open the Sumera space. Chapter 265. Little brother, I need some medicinal pills to heal my injuries. I wonder if you can. Yi Xian wanted to say something, but hesitated. Asking him to ask for a pill from a junior was indeed a bit embarrassing for Yi Xian. However, he was currently heavily injured. If he didn't borrow the spirit energy from the pill, his injuries would only worsen. From this, it could be seen that Yang Jian had Taoist Yu Ding to heal him, while Yi Xian could only rely on himself. This was the benefit of having a sect as a backer. Medicinal pills. Li Jianglu bit his lips slightly with hesitation on his face. As an outer court disciple of the Nine Radiance Immortal sect, the sect would distribute 3 portions of spirit energy powder every year. However, he was cowardly by nature. 2 of the 3 portions of spirit energy powder had been taken away by his senior brothers and sisters. The last portion was the foundation of his cultivation. If he gave it to Yi Xian, he would not be able to consume any more spirit energy powder this year. Yi Xian was experienced and had sharp eyes. He could tell with a glance that the young man was in a difficult position. This made him shake his head helplessly. He knew that he was forcing the young man. This is spirit energy powder. I only have one portion. I hope it can be of some help to your injuries. Li Jianglu carefully took out a jade bottle from his bosom and handed it to Yi Xian with a pained expression. Clearly, this spirit energy powder was his most precious item. Looking at the pained expression on the young man's face, Yi Xian looked at the young man with a strange gaze. Then, he said calmly, I can't move now. Please help me consume this spirit energy powder. Huh. Okay. Li Jianglu opened the jade bottle and a fragrance drifted out. Although he was extremely reluctant, he still carefully fed the liquid in the bottle to Yi Xian. Okay. Yi Xian let out a muffled groan as the liquid in his mouth transformed into a strand of spiritual energy that spread throughout his limbs and veins. This caused his numb body to feel extreme pain, but it caused a trace of joy to flash through Yi Xian's eyes. In fact, this spiritual energy powder was just the most common spiritual medicine. If it was under normal circumstances, Yi Xian wouldn't have cared about it at all. But now that he was seriously injured, this little bit of spiritual energy was enough to bring out the vitality in his body. Little brother, let me borrow your cultivation. Suddenly, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the bed. A spiritual light grew in his palm, and he pressed his palm against Li Jianglu's dantian. Before Li Jianglu could resist, the spiritual energy in the child's body surged violently into Yi Xian's body. No. Feeling the cultivation in his body crazily surging towards Yi Xian, Li Jianglu's face turned pale. He wanted to escape from Yi Xian's control, but Yi Xian used the spiritual energy of the spiritual energy powder to execute the tribulation immortal technique. Although the young man was at the Golden Core realm, how could he resist Yi Xian? The young man's cultivation fell from the Golden Core realm to the Foundation Establishment realm, and from the Foundation Establishment realm to the 9th level of the Qi Refinement realm. When the young man discovered this terrifying situation, he fainted in grief. Open. Ignoring the young man's fainting, Yi Xian formed a seal with 2 fingers. A speck of immortal light was extremely weak, but it still opened the Sumera space. Yi Xian did not dare to be negligent. He quickly took out a large number of immortal pills from the Sumera space, grabbed a handful, and threw them into his mouth. Bang! 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 It was as if thunder from the 9 heavens exploded, and it was as if the waves of the vast sea were attacking. When a large number of immortal pills exploded in Yi Xian's body, unimaginable spiritual energy quickly repaired Yi Xian's body and primordial spirit, allowing him to enter cultivation. The next morning, when the young man, Li Jianglu, slowly opened his eyes, he looked around blankly. When he noticed that Yi Xian was looking at him with a smile, he instantly jumped up from the ground. He even stomped his feet and cursed at Yi Xian angrily, I saved you out of kindness. Not only did I give you spirit energy powder, but you sucked my cultivation. You, when did I suck your cultivation? Yi Xian said calmly. My cultivation. The young man circulated his cultivation technique and was shocked to discover that the golden core in his body was still there. He had even stepped into the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm from the early stage of the Golden Core realm. This caused his expression to change drastically. He suddenly looked at Yi Xian with extreme surprise in his eyes. What's going on? Li Jianglu clearly remembered that before he fell unconscious, his cultivation had been absorbed by the person before him. But why did his cultivation not fall after he woke up, and it had instead increased greatly? Li Jianglu, quickly come out and get to work. Suddenly, before the young man could ask Yi Xian anything, a shout sounded out from outside the stone house. This caused Li Jianglu's expression to change, and he hurriedly instructed Yi Xian. This is the 9 Radiance Immortal sect. Don't leave if your identity is unknown. If the members of the sect notice you, then not only will you suffer calamity, I'll be implicated as well. The young man, Li Jianglu, instructed repeatedly, and then he hurriedly tidied up his clothes before pushing open the stone door and walking swiftly towards the outside world. Along with the young man's departure, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he fell into deep thought. Last night, he'd absorbed the young man's cultivation and barely opened up the Sumera space before he withdrew a large amount of immortal pills and consumed them. Even though he'd relied on the energy of the immortal pills to stabilize his injuries, it would at least take a few years for him to recover his peak cultivation. Moreover, if a great enemy came during this period of time, then with his heavily injured body, it would definitely be extremely dangerous. Moreover, the Nine Radiance Immortal sect was an ordinary sect in the earthly immortal world, and it just happened to be his place of concealment. Yi Xian knew that he and Yang Jian were irreconcilable enemies. Yang Jian would absolutely not let him off, and he wouldn't let Yang Jian off as well. So, only one of them could survive. As the saying goes, caution is the parent of safety. Yang Jian was the #1 disciple of the third generation of Chan school, and he had 12 golden immortals and senior and junior brothers. Every single one of them was an extraordinary figure in the heavens and the earth, whereas, he was heavily injured now, so he absolutely couldn't reveal himself in the outside world. If Yang Jian's best friends wanted to annihilate him, then with his heavily injured body, how could he be a match for these people? Moreover, Yi Xian had an extremely great premonition that this old dog, the Jade Emperor, would definitely send someone to search for his whereabouts. If the Jade Emperor found out that he was heavily injured, then the Jade Emperor would definitely hit him while he was down. Endure. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. For the time being, he would endure in the Jiuhua Immortal sect. With the immortal scripture that he cultivated, he would definitely be able to return to his peak in just a few years. Moreover, after the battle with Yang Jian, Yi Xian felt extremely pressured. If he hadn't used a trick to injure Yang Jian first, then even with the heaven-destroying halberd in his hand, he probably wouldn't have been Yang Jian's match. Cultivation, he had to increase his cultivation. This was the most important thing for him. So-called schemes and tricks were just small tricks. This time, both he and Yang Jian were heavily injured. Next time, Yang Jian wouldn't be so careless. Yang Jian, just you wait. The next time we meet, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed through them. He had already formulated a detailed plan in his mind. His intention to kill Yang Jian was as clear as day. First of all, Yi Xian knew that what he needed to do now was to heal his injuries. Only when his cultivation returned to its peak could he carry out his plan to increase his cultivation step by step. Chapter 266. The sun rose and the moon set, and the stars moved. Days passed, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian's injuries improved day by day, and his cultivation recovered to the heavenly immortal realm. However, he was still very far from the grand unity mysterious immortal realm, and according to his estimation, it would take at least 2 more years. During this half a year of time, Yi Xian stayed within the young man's stone house, and it could be said that he'd truly not left his house. Besides consuming immortal pills and meditating every day, he had nothing else to do. Yi Xian refused to leave, and Li Jianglu was deeply afraid that someone would notice Yi Xian's existence. So, he could be said to be absent-minded every day, and he was even unable to concentrate on his cultivation. Fortunately, Li Jianglu stayed at the labor peak. Even though there were many people here, they were all at the lowest level of the Nine Radiance Immortal sect. Besides completing the tiring labor every day, they would return to their residences to cultivate, so there was naturally no one that was bored to the point of coming to Li Jiangliu's residence to investigate. On this day, Yi Xian woke up from his cultivation, and he saw Li Jianglu pushing open the stone door in a dispirited manner. Not only were there some bruises on his face, there were even a few streaks of tears. Obviously, he'd suffered some sort of grievance. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't ask him about it, and his expression was indifferent as he continued to consume a medicinal pill and cultivate. On the other hand, the young man directly disregarded Yi Xian. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and then he sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion and entered into cultivation as well. In the beginning, the young man was very curious and asked about Yi Xian's origins. But along with the passage of time, the young man noticed that Yi Xian was an extremely cold and indifferent person. Besides speaking a few words with him after he woke up, Yi Xian paid no attention to him after that. Li Jianglu wasn't stupid. Conversely, he was extremely intelligent. He knew that Yi Xian was a cultivator, and his cultivation was definitely extraordinary. He intended to seek guidance from Yi Xian on the problems he faced in his cultivation, but Yi Xian paid no attention to him at all. So, the young man could only sigh helplessly and stop disturbing Yi Xian. Clang! 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 All of a sudden, 18 bell rings sounded out successively from the outside world, and it instantly caused the entire Haoshuan mountain to fall into chaos. Li Jianglu, who was in the midst of cultivation, quickly opened his eyes, and astonishment appeared on his face. He didn't dare be negligent as he hurriedly left his residence, and he raised his sword to fly towards the 9 Radiance Hall. Inside the stone house, Yi Xian frowned slightly. When her eyes turned, she saw a group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals heading towards the 9 Radiance Immortal sect. The person in the lead was Venus Taibai. Old man Taibai actually came to this tiny 9 Radiance Immortal sect. Could it be that he noticed that I was hiding here to recuperate? Yi Xian frowned and said in a low voice. That's not right. If he really knew that I was here, he would definitely report it directly to the Jade Emperor. How could he appear in front of these immortal cultivators? Yi Xian said with certainty, overturning his previous judgment. The crowd on 9 Radiance Peak was surging. With the 9 Radiance Mysterious Immortal in the lead, numerous elders stood at the side, and the tens of thousands of disciples behind him bowed as they stood on 9 Radiance Peak as if they were waiting for the arrival of a great figure. The 9 Radiance Mysterious Immortal was a black-clothed old man, and his cultivation was at the Mysterious Immortal realm. Even though he wasn't ranked among the immortals, he was still a loose immortal in the earthly immortal world, and he was free and unfettered and wasn't restrained by the celestial court. However, the 9 Radiance Mysterious Immortal's heart was heavy today, and his eyes were slightly drifting. He truly couldn't understand why the 9 Radiance Immortal sect that he established wasn't even worth mentioning in the earthly immortal world, so why would Venus Taibai from the heaven dimension come here? The Jade Emperor of Virtuous Virtue, Supreme Haotian, has decreed. Venus Taibai's body was covered in resplendent immortal light, and he naturally had the dignity of a great immortal of the celestial court. He spread out a golden decree in his hand and read it out in a clear voice. The content of the decree was very simple. It was just an announcement to some sects in the earthly immortal world that if anyone found Yi Xian's traces, regardless of whether he was alive or dead, as long as they reported to the celestial court, they would be heavily rewarded. Immortal elixirs, spirit herbs, cultivation techniques, and secret manuals could be said to be everything. As long as someone could report Yi Xian's whereabouts, the celestial court's rewards would be extremely generous. Venus Taibai was also just going through the formalities. The 9 Radiance Immortal sect was just one of the major sects, and he had no idea that Yi Xian was actually hiding in the 9 Radiance Immortal sect. This is the appearance of the Demon Slayer Saint Lord. If you find him, you must report to the celestial court as soon as possible. Venus Taibai said majestically. He threw out a void jade slip and led the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to the next sect. Farewell, immortal emissary. Jiuhua Xian bowed to Venus Taibai and lowered his posture to the extreme. At this moment, the stone in his heart quietly fell to the ground. As Venus Taibai left, Jiuhua Xian took out a jade slip and a beam of immortal light rippled out. It directly revealed Yi Xian's appearance in the void. He looked back at the disciples and said, "This is the Demon Slayer Saint Lord." If you go down the mountain and find him, you must inform the sect immediately. We will definitely reward you handsomely. Senior brother, who is this demon slayer Saint Lord? He actually made the Jade Emperor issue a decree, and Venus Taibai personally came down to the lower worlds to find him. Hee, you don't know this, right? Let me tell you, this demon slayer Saint Lord's real name is Yi Xian. A few days ago, he fought the war god of 3 realms, Yang Jian. He actually destroyed Yang Jian's physical body, and true spirit fled to the lower worlds. However, this Taoist Yi Xian didn't have it easy either. He was also severely injured, and no one knows where he is now. If you ask me, the Earth Immortal realm is vast and boundless. Unless we were extremely lucky in our previous lives, how can we meet this Yi Xian? I heard that the Celestial Court even gave a 9-transformation golden pill to find this true cultivator Yi. This 9-transformation golden pill is a precious treasure in the Celestial Court. If a mortal consumes it, they can become immortals. I wonder who will be able to obtain this great fortune. The disciples of the 9 Radiance Immortal sect discussed successively, and it instantly became extremely noisy. However, no one noticed that the young man, Li Jianglu, stared fixedly at Yi Xian's appearance in the sky, and his entire body became extremely stunned. At this moment, Li Jiangluo's mind shook to the extreme, and his face flushed red to the extreme. Because he was extremely sure that the appearance of this Taoist he'd saved was exactly the same as this demon slayer Saint Lord. No, it wasn't exactly the same, it was the same person. The young man, Li Jianglu, had an extremely great impulse at this moment. He really wanted to step out from the crowd and inform the 9 Radiance Mysterious Immortal about Yi Xian. However, he'd just taken a step forward when he sighed helplessly and didn't do it in the end. A 9-transformation golden pill, a cultivation technique, and being ranked among the immortals. All of these were Li Jiangluo's dreams. However, when he recalled Yi Xian's cold and indifferent appearance, he was completely able to sense that this true cultivator of the Celestial Court didn't want others to know that he was hiding in the 9 Radiance Immortal sect at all. Li Jianglu was still a young man after all, and his thoughts were extremely pure and kind. Since he hadn't obtained Yi Xian's permission, it was better for him to not make a decision first. He intended to make a decision after he returned to his residence and asked for Yi Xian's opinion. The young man didn't know. Fortunately, he wasn't blinded by greed. If he really leaked Yi Xian's information, then only death would await him. Chapter 267. At the same time, Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged in the stone house. His face was expressionless, and no one could tell what he was thinking. However, the killing intent surrounding him was gradually fading away. Although Yi Xian had yet to recover from his serious injuries, he had now recovered to the level of a celestial immortal. His pair of Dharma eyes naturally saw this scene. This young man is quite interesting. Yi Xian smiled. His body gradually turned illusory and disappeared from the stone house. A full 2 hours passed. When young Li Jianglu returned to his residence, he was slightly stunned when he found that there was no one in the stone house. Then, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seemed that perfected cultivator Yi knew that the Celestial Court was looking for him and had left without saying goodbye. Although young Li Jianglu was a little disappointed, knowing that he had lost a great opportunity, he was simple-minded and did not regret it too much. After all, he also knew that Yi Xian, a great immortal of the Celestial Court, would not care about a mortal like him. Behind the Handyman Peak, Yi Xian opened up a cave residence and then blocked it with a huge rock. He did not want anyone to disturb him this time. He would only come out of the cave residence after he recovered from his injuries. From this, it could be seen that Yi Xian was treading on thin ice when it came to cultivation. He would never put himself in danger. The sun rose and the moon set. The stars moved. Time was a merciless butcher's knife. For mortals, it was a sharp weapon that hastened their deaths. For immortal cultivators, it was also the motivation to move forward. 10 years was not a long time, but it was not short either. However, in the vast Earth immortal world, 10 years was just a blink of an eye. On this day, the sky was high and the clouds were light. A ray of sun rose from the east, illuminating the world. The cave residence where Yi Xian was in seclusion was covered with weeds. No one would have thought that such an earth-shattering figure was hidden in the cave residence. All of a sudden. Bang! With a loud bang, the boulder blocking the entrance of the cave exploded. A beam of Tai immortal light rippled out from the cave, and a slender figure slowly walked out. Yi Xian was dressed in a black Taoist robe, with Tai celestial light surrounding his body. His black hair fell behind his head, and when he opened and closed his eyes, Tai celestial light flowed in his eyes. Wherever his gaze passed, the void would be slightly distorted. Yi Xian stretched out his arms and breathed in the morning glow. The Tai celestial light around him slowly dissipated. He no longer had any power, as if he had turned into an ordinary person. I didn't expect that this seclusion would take 10 years. Yi Xian sighed. 10 years ago, Yi Xian had sealed himself in the cave residence. According to his estimation, with the help of a large number of elixirs, he would only need 2 years to recover his cultivation and return to his peak state. In fact, after 2 years of seclusion, he had indeed recovered from his injuries. However, Yi Xian did not expect that just as he recovered his cultivation, his Tai Xian immortal cultivation would increase rapidly until he broke through to the middle stage of Tai Xian immortal. This made Yi Xian very excited. Yi Xian instantly understood that the reason why he could break through to the middle stage of Tai Xian immortal must have something to do with the battle with Yang Jian. In that life and death battle, his state of mind and cultivation had significantly improved. After understanding this, Yi Xian did not dare to neglect it. In the remaining years, he focused on improving his cultivation. It was not until he stepped into the late stage of Tai Xian immortal that the potential in his body was finally exhausted. Only then did he break out of seclusion. However, this seclusion took him 10 years. This made Yi Xian sigh slightly. Time was really merciless. From this seclusion, Yi Xian also understood a principle. There were only 3 ways to quickly improve one's cultivation. The first way was to gain enlightenment from a life and death battle. The second way was to enter a state of enlightenment. The third way was what Yi Xian had always wanted to do. It was to consume a large number of heavenly holy items and immortal elixirs. Of course, Yi Xian also had a fourth way. This way was to use the Calamity Transcender technique that he cultivated. He could devour the divine powers of the immortals' Tao fruits and make them his own. This would also allow his cultivation to increase rapidly. In 10 years, Yi Xian's cultivation had recovered and he had even stepped into the late stage of Tai Xian immortal. He was only 1 step away from stepping into the Tai Golden Immortal realm. However, Yi Xian also understood that if he did not use the heaven-destroying halberd, he would still have to tread on thin ice in the Earth Immortal realm. One had to know that the Earth Immortal realm was vast and boundless. There were countless Tongtian demons and immortals. Although the celestial court was high and mighty, it was not worth mentioning when compared to the Earth Immortal realm. Yi Xian sorted out his thoughts. He already had a clear direction. A cold murderous intent quietly flashed across his eyes. I wonder how that young man is now. Yi Xian murmured to himself. He merged into the void and walked slowly towards the servant peak. Yi Xian was a person who would repay kindness and revenge. Back then, Li Jianglu had saved his life. Yi Xian had always remembered this favor in his heart. When he left back then, he did not leave any opportunities for this young man. It was only because he did not want to expose his whereabouts and attract the attention of others. However, now that his cultivation had recovered to its peak, this favor must be repaid. Servant Peak. The sound of gongs, drums, and firecrackers rang in the sky. Every stone house had a large, chic character pasted on it. thousands of servant disciples were toasting and cheering from time to time. There were a total of 99 peaks in the Haoshuan mountain. The servant peak was only one of them. The other 98 peaks were also holding banquets. This made the entire Jiuhua Immortal sect extremely lively. Yi Xian walked slowly through the sky, and no one was able to notice his tracks. Up until he arrived before the stone house that Li Jianlu resided in, he noticed that spiderwebs had already formed on the stone door. Obviously, no one had lived in this stone house for many years. Yi Xian frowned lightly. As his palm flicked through the sky, he directly restrained a servant disciple. Before this servant could let out a sharp cry, Yi Xian shot a strand of immortal light into the space between this person's brows, and then he executed a soul-searching technique to directly read this person's memories. After an entire few tens of breaths of time, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. He'd already understood the cause and effect of this matter, and he casually struck out with a strand of immortal light that directly transformed this servant disciple into ash. After that, he walked slowly through the sky towards 9 Radiance Peak. From the memories of this servant disciple, Yi Xian obtained some information about Li Jianglu. After he left all those years ago, this young man had broken through to the nascent soul realm 2 years later, and he'd even won the championship in the outer court disciple competition in one go and was directly taken into the inner court. Yi Xian wasn't surprised that the young man had broken through to the nascent soul realm. Because when he was recuperating all those years ago, the immortal pills he consumed weren't able to be completely absorbed, and some impurities were expelled from his body. So, this naturally benefited this young man. However, according to the memories of this servant disciple, after Li Jianlu entered the inner court, he wasn't as glorious as he'd imagined, and he suffered an unimaginable calamity on the 5th year. Not only was his cultivation crippled, he'd even been reduced to the lowest medicine slave on 9 Radiance Peak. Today was the day that exalted immortal Jiuhua's daughter was getting married, so the various peaks had held banquets and created such a joyous scene. Yi Xian didn't feel much sympathy towards the young man's encounter, nor did he feel pity in his heart. Because every single person walked their own path. Yi Xian only wanted to repay the young man's life-saving grace and give the young man a fortuitous encounter before leaving the Jiuhua Immortal sect. He didn't think about anything else besides this. Chapter 268. 9 Radiance Peak. It was a hubbub of voices, and it was extremely festive. There were thousands of cultivators shuttling back and forth. The 9 Radiance Hall at the center was even filled with people, and congratulatory voices resounded from time to time. Today was the day of the marriage of the 9 Radiance Profound Immortal, and it could be said to be a grand occasion for the 9 Radiance Immortal sect. All the cultivation sects in the surroundings naturally came to congratulate them. The 9 Radiance Profound Immortal was laughing heartily as he welcomed and sent off his fellow Taoists. Speaking of the 9 Radiance Profound Immortal, his true form was a goshawk. He took 1,000 years to transform and 10,000 years to attain the Tao. He believed in the Tao teachings of the Jie school. Even though the Jie school had already declined, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse, and not everyone could afford to offend the Jie school. This allowed the 9 Radiance Profound Immortal to establish his Tao teachings and establish a sect in the 500,000 kilometers Haoshuan mountain. He even got married and had children, so he could be considered to be free and unfettered. The wind was calm and the clouds were untainted by dust. Yi Xian walked through the void and the scene on 9 Radiance Peak entered his eyes. He could be said to have no interest in these low-level cultivators. If he really did have some interest, it would be because the 9 Radiance Profound Immortal was able to enter his eyes. It wasn't that the 9 Radiance Profound Immortal was very strong, but only the 9 Radiance Profound Immortal had entered the immortal realm amongst these cultivators. If he swallowed the 9 Radiance Profound Immortal's Tao fruit, he would be able to improve his cultivation. Since the battle with Yang Jian, Yi Xian had completely realized the inadequacy of his cultivation. There was no need to think about immortal pills as he didn't have the fortune to enjoy them. The only way to quickly improve his cultivation was to execute the tribulation transcender technique and devour the Tao fruit of others. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly while a wisp of bloody light flashed through his eyes from time to time. His gaze towards the 9 radiance profound immortal revealed traces of killing intent. However, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and didn't make a move in the end. After all, he'd come to look for Li Jianglu, and it wouldn't be too late to annihilate the 9 radiance profound immortal after he repaid this kid's kindness. Yi Xian made a decision in his heart. In the pill pavilion of the Jiuhua Hall, the earthen fire burned fiercely, and the cauldron sizzled. Below the cauldron, a red-robed Taoist was performing hand seals, and he was constantly putting some spirit herbs into the cauldron. There were also 2 herb slaves waving their wind and fire fans. Clearly, they were concocting a cauldron of pills. Turn on the stove. As soon as the red-robed Taoist finished speaking, the 2 medicine slaves didn't dare to be negligent. They worked together to lift the lid of the pill furnace. A fragrant smell drifted out from the pill furnace. The red-robed Taoist was overjoyed. He waved his hand in the air and a dozen pills were sucked toward him. Good, good, good. This concentrated fragrance pill has a round color and a nice aroma. It seems like the refinement this time was very successful. The red-robed Taoist observed the pill in his hand and his face lit up with joy. Test the medicine. The red-robed Taoist's smile disappeared. His voice was filled with malice as he threw a pill at a medicine slave. The medicine slave trembled as he caught it. Bang! The medicine slave's body trembled like a sieve. He suddenly knelt down in front of the red-robed Taoist and begged in a trembling voice, Grand Master, please spare my life. This concentrated fragrance pill is a highly toxic substance that can harm the foundation of evil people. Before the medicine slave could finish begging, the red-robed Taoist said with a gloomy expression, could it be that you want me to feed you? Or do you want your soul to disperse here? All right, I'll consume this pill for him. Suddenly, the other medicine slave spoke with a flat voice. He directly seized the concentrated fragrance pill from this medicine slave and swallowed it. The entire process seemed to be extremely calm. Good, good, good. The red-robed Taoist stroked his beard and roared with laughter when he saw this scene. Jianglu, I wonder what fortuitous encounter you obtained. You're able to survive after consuming 100 types of poison. You can be considered to be a treasure of our 9 Radiance Immortal sect. Big brother Jianglu, thank you, thank you. The medicine slave ceaselessly kowtowed to Li Jianglu while his face carried an extremely grateful expression. If it wasn't for Li Jianglu consuming this medicinal pill for him, then he would probably suffer an extremely miserable fate. Grand Master, Jianglu has a request. After 10 years, the young man from before had vanished, and Li Jianglu had transformed into a young man. However, his eyes were withered and lifeless while his entire body emanated a dispirited aura. It was as if everything in the world didn't matter to him anymore. However, at this moment, Li Jianglu's eyes glowed with a wisp of hope, and he was looking at the red-robed Taoist with a pleading gaze. This caused the red-robed Taoist to frown slightly. Obviously, he knew what Li Jianglu wanted to ask of him. Jianglu, you've already followed me for 5 years, and you've even tested medicine for me for 5 years. It can be said that your contributions are great. However, you must know that you've committed a crime, and the sect master has even ordered you to not leave this pill pavilion. I'm unable to agree to your request. As he gazed at Li Jianglu's dim and lifeless eyes, the red-robed Taoist was deeply afraid that Li Jianglu would seek death. After that, he patted Li Jianglu on the shoulder and consoled him, Jianglu, even though you've committed a great mistake all those years ago, so long as you properly test medicine for me, I'll definitely assist you in recovering your cultivation 100 years from now. I'll also plead with the sect master to take you back into the sect. You don't have to be a lowly medicine slave in this pill pavilion. Grand Master, today is the day of Senior Sister Kai's wedding. I only want to see her one last time. Please grant my wish. Li Jianlu knelt and kowtowed as he spoke with a sorrowful voice. Humph. The red-robed Taoist's expression changed when he saw how tactless Li Jianlu was, and he said coldly, Li Jianlu, don't go too far. Kai's wedding today is a great matter of my 9 Radiance Immortal sect. If I let you out of this pill pavilion, wouldn't I be punished by the sect master? There's no need to say anything else. I won't agree to it. The red-robed Taoist flicked his sleeve and left. His attitude was extremely cold and fierce. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Jianlu still had some use, he wouldn't pay any attention to such an extremely lowly medicine slave. Within the pill pavilion, a row of clear tears flowed from Li Jianlu's eyes as he sat on the ground in a daze. On the other hand, the medicine slave by his side consoled softly. Big brother Jianlu, this is our fate. You should accept it. Ha, ha. Suddenly, Li Jianlu roared with laughter, and as he laughed, tears flowed from his eyes. He muttered, Fate? If that great immortal from all those years ago was able to take me as his disciple, then how could I, Li Jianlu, take this tiny 9 Radiance Immortal sect seriously? As he gazed at Li Jianlu's insane appearance, the medicine slave sighed and said, Big brother Jianlu, quickly wake up. You've already mentioned it countless times in the past few years. If you've really saved the life of an immortal, then how could you have fallen to such an extent? You don't believe me? Li Jianlu laughed hysterically and said, Do you know why I'm still working hard to live? Because I believe he'll come back for me. I believe he'll come back for me. Li Jianlu seemed to have gone mad, and he seemed to have fallen into some sort of obsession. This caused the medicine slave by his side to sigh helplessly, and he felt that Li Jianlu's mind had already developed some problems after testing medicines for so many years. Space surged while ripples spread out. Yi Xian took a step forward and silently watched Li Jianlu. From the beginning until the end, he'd witnessed Li Jianlu's encounter, but there wasn't much fluctuation in his heart. Chapter 269. Every single person walked their own path. It was either good or bad, sad or miserable. Some stood proudly in the 9 heavens while others were lowly like ants. It was also Yi Xian's sudden appearance that caused the expressions of the herb servant and Li Jianlu to change drastically. However, when Li Jianlu saw Yi Xian's appearance, his entire body was instantly stunned on the spot, and his body couldn't help but tremble. I'll repay the kindness of all those years ago today. Come with me. Yi Xian spoke calmly in a carefree manner that wasn't tainted by dust. Who are you? The herb servant spoke with astonishment. Bang! Suddenly, Li Jianlu knelt on the ground and ceaselessly kowtowed to Yi Xian while tears flowed out from his eyes without end, and even his voice was trembling to the extreme. True monarch, I knew you would return. As he gazed at Li Jianlu's trembling body, Yi Xian's expression was calm, and he said in a low voice, I must repay the kindness of saving my life. This is the good karma between us, and I've specially come today to repay this kindness. His palm and fingers flicked through the air, and it transformed into a shadow. Yi Xian struck out with a strand of immortal light that covered Li Jianlu's body, and he was already prepared to bring this kid away. True monarch, please be merciful and take him away with you. Li Jianlu pleaded loudly to Yi Xian, and the herb servant instantly came to an understanding. He ceaselessly kowtowed to Yi Xian and begged Yi Xian to save him. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, I've come to take you away today because I owe you a favor. As for the life and death of others, what does it have to do with me? Yi Xian struck out with immortal light and instantly brought Li Jianlu along to vanish from the pill pavilion. On the other hand, what Li Jianlu didn't know was that after the two of them vanished, the herb servant's expression turned gloomy while his fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with extreme unwillingness and rage. This won't do. Li Jianglu was saved, so the martial ancestor will definitely be furious. Without Li Jianglu blocking the medicine for me, I'm afraid I won't be able to live for 3 days. The medicine servant spoke with a trembling voice. Then, he quickly knocked on the door of the pill pavilion, hoping to summon the red-robed Taoist and tell him that Li Jianglu had been rescued. On 9 Radiance Peak, Yi Xian's body was enveloped in immortal light as he strolled through space. Li Jianglu followed closely behind him under his guidance, and when he saw the wedding banquet below, a wisp of sorrow appeared in his eyes. True monarch, please wait for a moment. This disciple wishes to see senior sister Kai one last time, Li Jianglu pleaded with a trembling voice. When he heard Li Jiangliu's words, Yi Xian frowned slightly and said, "It's the love between a man and a woman again. How boring. Since you want to make a final farewell, I'll fulfill your wish." Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the air without saying a word. However, when his eyes opened and closed, a trace of indifference flashed past them. Yi Xian had searched through the memories of the odd-job disciple Kai that Li Jianglu spoke of, so he naturally had some understanding of this woman. Yin Kai was the daughter of a 9 Radiance profound immortal. Her talent in cultivation was ordinary, but her appearance was extremely beautiful. She could be said to be a rare beauty. Moreover, it wasn't strange that Li Jianglu was infatuated with her. Li Jianglu bowed towards Yi Xian gratefully, and then he stood silently by Yi Xian's side as he waited for the appearance of his sweetheart. With Yi Xian by his side and his technique covering the sky, no one noticed their existence. 2 hours later, a pair of newlyweds walked out from the 9 Radiance Hall amidst the sounds of firecrackers. Yin Kai wore a wedding robe with 9 phoenixes. Her skin was fair and moist, and every frown and smile of hers was breathtaking. Beside her was a valiant young man in the attire of a bridegroom. He was holding Lu Kai's hand as he thanked the guests that had come. "Why Yan Yunfei? Why is it him?" Li Jiangliu's face instantly turned ghastly pale when he saw such a scene. He clenched his fists tightly while he gnashed his teeth to the point they creaked. His gaze towards Yan Yunfei was filled with extreme hatred. 5 years ago, it was Yan Yunfei who'd crippled his cultivation during the sect competition. After that, a string of inconceivable events occurred, and he was punished by the sect and sent to the pill pavilion to become a lowly medicine slave. Li Jianglu had never imagined that the woman he loved the most would actually marry his enemy. Why? Senior sister Kai, why did you marry him? Li Jianglu muttered in a sorrowful manner while his eyes were filled with extreme unwillingness. Yi Xian smiled in disdain as he looked at Li Jiangliu's dejected appearance. Another pedantic person that's trapped by love. It looks like Li Jianglu still doesn't understand that his current state was greatly related to this woman. You've saved my life, so I can grant you a wish. I can give you everything you want. Yi Xian spoke calmly. What do I want? Li Jianglu was stunned as he muttered. A supreme cultivation, a woman you love, and the reverence everyone in the 9 Radiance Immortal sect has for you. But I have to tell you that you only have this one chance. I hope you can consider it carefully. Once I've returned your kindness, there'll be nothing between us anymore. Whether you live or die in the future has nothing to do with me. Yi Xian spoke tirelessly and left the choice in Li Jiangliu's hands. As for how Li Jianglu chose, it was entirely up to him. Li Jiangliu's face flushed red when he heard Yi Xian, and he really wanted to agree. However, when he saw Yi Xian's unfathomable eyes, he swallowed the words that were just about to leave his mouth. Because he saw a trace of disappointment and disdain in Yi Xian's eyes. This caused Li Jiangliu's excited heart to calm down completely. It was as if there was a voice in the unseen world telling him that if he really chose in this way, then he would probably live in regret for his entire lifetime. As he looked at Li Jianglu who remained silent, Yi Xian smiled indifferently, and then a speck of immortal light pointed at Li Jianglu. It instantly enveloped Li Jianglu within it, and then an unimaginably terrifying force filled Li Jiangliu's extraordinary meridians. This strand of immortal energy can help you conceal yourself, and it'll even allow you to possess the strength of 3 heavenly immortals. Even a 9 radiance mysterious immortal won't be able to notice your existence. If you've made up your mind, then come look for me on Heaven's End Peak. Yi Xian glanced deeply at Li Jianglu before his entire body vanished in space. On Heaven's End Peak. Yi Xian sat cross-legged while looking at Li Jianglu, who stood in the distance, and he said with a strange voice, "What a petty and stupid love. Don't disappoint me." Actually, Yi Xian was entirely capable of bestowing Li Jianglu with a fortuitous encounter before drifting off into the distance. From then on, the two of them would have no relationship at all. However, Li Jianglu gave Yi Xian a very different feeling. This feeling was extremely familiar, and when he tried hard to recall, the appearance of a familiar person appeared in his mind. Yi Xian noticed to his astonishment that this kid was actually extremely similar to Fatso Huang. They both had a petty and lowly love. However, Fatso Huang had transformed into an extremely evil person in the end, whereas Li Jianglu hadn't transformed. Yi Xian had a feeling that perhaps Li Jianglu would be of great use to him, and it would depend on whether Li Jianglu was able to transform today. This was also a test that Yi Xian had given him. Chapter 270. On 9 Radiance Peak. Li Jianglu hid himself in the air and silently watched Yin Kaier and Yan Yunfei get married while the congratulatory voices of the guests resounded in his ears. Li Jiangliu's fists were clenched and unclenched from time to time. He really had the impulse to appear before Yin Kaier without caring about anything and take her far away. He knew that as long as he wanted to, he could really do it because he had the Demon Slayer True Lord behind him. The Demon Slayer True Lord Yi Xian was someone who could be on par with the war god of the 3 dimensions, Yang Jian, so how could the tiny Jiuhua sect dare to say no? However, when Li Jianglu saw Yin Kaier nestled happily in Yan Yunfei's arms, he didn't do so in the end because he respected Yin Kaier and could tell that this senior sister of his really liked Yan Yunfei. Liking someone didn't necessarily mean obtaining her. If she could be happy for her entire life, Li Jianglu would be satisfied. At this moment, Li Jianglu finally let go completely, and he silently blessed Yin Kaier in his heart. On the other hand, even though Yan Yunfei had once crippled his cultivation and even framed him, he was already Yin Kaier's husband now, so this enmity would disappear with the wind. First, bow to the heavens and earth. Second, bow to the parents. Husband and wife, bow to each other. The ceremony is complete. Under Li Jiangliu's silent gaze, Yin Kaier and Yan Yunfei finally became husband and wife. Sect Master, bad news. Li Jianglu has been rescued from the Pill Pavilion. Suddenly, the red-robed Taoist had an anxious expression as he appeared before the 9 Radiance Profound Immortal with a medicine slave. What? Li Jianglu was rescued? How is that possible? The 9 Radiance Profound Immortal was stunned as he spoke in surprise. When they heard the red-robed Taoist's description, Yin Kaier and Yan Yunfei's expressions changed as well, and a strand of panic flashed through their eyes. Obviously, they were quite shocked by this news. Logically speaking, Li Jianglu was only a tiny medicine slave. Not to mention being rescued, even if he died miserably in the Pill Pavilion, the 9 Radiance Profound Immortal wouldn't pay attention to him. On the other hand, even though Yin Kaier and Yan Yunfei had interacted many times with Li Jianglu in the past, Li Jianglu was only a cripple, so it naturally shouldn't shock them. However, when this news came, these people could not sit still any longer. The cauldron of the immortal replenishing pill is about to be opened. Without Li Jianglu as the guiding ingredient, how will the immortal replenishing pill be refined? Exalted Immortal 9 Splendor muttered coldly while his expression had already turned completely gloomy. It was no wonder that the 9 Radiance Xian Immortal was so furious. After all, Li Jianglu was only an outer court disciple at that time, and he'd made a name for himself during the sect competition and defeated all his opponents before being taken into the inner court in one go. This naturally caused the 9 Radiants Profound Immortal to be puzzled, and he'd once investigated exactly what kind of fortuitous encounter Li Jianglu had obtained. Under the detection of the 9 Radiants Mysterious Immortal, he noticed to his astonishment that Li Jianglu's body was filled with a large amount of immortal energy, and this sort of immortal energy was the reason why his cultivation rose violently. When the Wuxia Immortal learned of this result, he had even asked Li Jianglu about the source of the immortal qi in his body. However, the other party stammered and gave a lame excuse. However, this matter had always caused the 9 Radiants Profound Immortal to be extremely envious, and he'd always wanted to guide the immortal qi in Li Jianglu's body out because this would allow his cultivation to advance a level. Unfortunately, no matter what method the 9 Radiants Profound Immortal used, he was unable to guide the immortal qi in Li Jianglu's body out. For the sake of finding out the secrets of the source of Li Jianglu's immortal qi, he'd asked Yin Kaier to intentionally approach this person and finally found out about Li Jianglu's secret. According to Li Jianglu and Yin Kaier's description, he'd once saved an immortal. When this immortal was recuperating, he'd unknowingly absorbed some of the immortal qi emanated by this immortal, and that was why he'd obtained this fortuitous encounter. However, after a few years, the immortal Li Jianglu spoke of hadn't appeared. This caused the 9 Radiants Profound Immortal to let go of the misgivings in his heart and finally set his sights on the immortal qi in Li Jianglu's body. After some planning, the 9 Radiants Profound Immortal made his proud disciple, Yan Yunfei, cripple Li Jianglu's cultivation during the sect competition. After that, he asked Yin Kaier to invite Li Jianglu into her room and caught him red-handed. He slandered Li Jianglu for wanting to do something to Yin Kaier, and he was sent to the pill pavilion to become a lowly medicine slave on the spot. If it wasn't for the 9 Radiants Profound Immortal being slightly fearful of the immortal behind Li Jianglu, he would have thrown Li Jianglu into the pill furnace a few years ago to refine the immortal replenishing pill that increased his cultivation. However, Li Jianglu had actually been saved today, so how could the 9 Radiants Profound Immortal not be furious to the extreme? Red-robed martial uncle, do you know who saved Li Jianglu? Yin Kaier bit her lips slightly and asked. It's a great immortal saved him. The medicine slave didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly described the process of Yi Xian saving Li Jianglu. Hiss. As soon as the medicine slave finished speaking, all of them gasped. Yan Yunfei's expression even changed slightly as he said, could it be that it's true that Li Jianglu once saved an immortal? Alright, today is the day the two of you are getting married. Let's talk about this later. As soon as the 9 Radiants Profound Immortal finished speaking, he called the red-robed Taoist over to the pill pavilion. Obviously, he wanted to ask about the process of Li Jianglu's disappearance in detail. At this moment, Li Jianglu was originally about to leave, but when he saw this scene, he was slightly stunned while bewilderment appeared in his eyes. He was only a tiny medicine slave, so why did the 9 Radiants Profound Immortal and the others attach so much importance to him? The veil of night descended, and the sky was filled with stars. When the guests dispersed, Yin Kaier lay in Yan Yunfei's arms while a wisp of worry appeared on her face. Senior brother Yunfei, we framed Li Jianglu all those years ago, and you even crippled his cultivation. Now that he was saved by an immortal, he'll probably become a great calamity for our 9 Radiants Immortal sect. Yan Yunfei stroked Yin Kaier's hair and said in a gentle voice, Kaier, you don't have to worry. Li Jianglu is extremely stupid, and he doesn't know that we framed him at all. Moreover, even if he knows and intends to take revenge, Master is at the mysterious immortal realm, so what sort of storm can he cause? The two of them exchanged questions and answers, and they naturally seemed to be in love with each other. However, the two of them didn't know that when this scene entered into Li Jianglu's eyes, it even caused his face to be stunned while his body trembled slightly. The immortal light dispersed, and then Li Jianglu appeared. He gazed at Yin Kai with a dazed expression while his voice trembled slightly. Senior sister, what did you say just now? Li Jiangliu's sudden appearance instantly caused their expressions to change drastically, and it even stunned Yin Kai on the spot. She'd never imagined that Li Jiangliu would actually appear before her. Senior sister, what exactly happened all those years ago? Li Jiangliu's face flushed red as he stared fixedly at Yin Kai, and he hoped that she could give him an answer. Unfortunately, before Yin Kai could answer him, Yan Yunfei suddenly returned to his senses, and a ghastly cold smile appeared on his face. He said, "All right, so a piece of trash like you still hasn't left. I'll capture you today, and Master will be able to refine immortal replenishing pills while Kai and I will be able to advance greatly in our cultivations." Li Jianglu directly disregarded Yan Yunfei. He stared fixedly at Yin Kai and spoke with a trembling voice. Senior sister, you once said that you liked me, could it be that it was all fake? Chapter 271. It really isn't wrong to say that you're stupid. How could Kai like trash like you? Yan Yunfei's eyes were gloomy as he sneered, and he directly spoke of the truth from all those years ago. This caused Li Jiangliu's face to turn ghastly pale, and his gaze towards Yin Kai revealed an extremely complicated expression. Senior sister Kai, is what he said true? Li Jianglu clenched his fists tightly while veins bulged on his fists, and it proved how shaken his mind was. Jianglu, I'm sorry. At this point, too much explanation was useless. Yin Kai knew that Li Jianglu really liked her, and this caused her to lower her head in shame while her eyes were filled with extreme guilt. Li Jianglu had a bitter expression as he looked at Yin Kai's guilty appearance. He really hoped that Yin Kai would tell him that all of this was fake. However, Li Jianglu knew that he was only deceiving himself. This caused him to feel disheartened, and he only wanted to leave this place that caused him pain and never return. Senior sister Kai, I don't blame you. I wish you happiness. Two streams of tears flowed from Li Jiangliu's eyes, and he turned around with the intention of leaving this place of sorrow. You want to leave? Do you think you can? How could Yan Yunfei allow Li Jianglu to leave? He directly rode his sword out while his cultivation at the body integration realm erupted with a bang, and it carried a terrifying sword light that was about to crush Li Jianglu here. Fuck off. Bang! Before Yan Yunfei's sword light could arrive, Li Jianglu slapped out furiously with his palm. The glow of a heavenly immortal suddenly obliterated the sword light, and it even struck Yan Yunfei to the point his entire body cracked apart. A large amount of blood sprayed from his mouth as his body smashed fiercely into the ground. Senior brother Yunfei. Yin Kai had a sorrowful expression as she flashed over to Yan Yunfei, and she even hurriedly fed him a medicinal pill while the worry on her face was extremely dense. Cough. How is this possible? Blood couldn't help but seep out from Yan Yunfei's mouth. Under Yin Kai's support, he looked at Li Jianglu with extreme horror. He was unable to understand how Li Jianglu could actually possess such a terrifying cultivation even though his cultivation had clearly been crippled. As he looked at Yin Kai's worried and sorrowful appearance because of Yan Yunfei, Li Jiangliu's heart ached as if it was being sliced by a blade. This sort of heart-wrenching pain caused killing intent to arise in his heart, and his gaze towards Yan Yunfei was already crimson red to the extreme. Yan Yunfei, you crippled my cultivation back then. Today, I'll let you have a taste of the pain I suffered back then. Li Jianglu slowly walked towards Yan Yunfei. His palm and fingers were emitting immortal light, and the killing intent around him was extremely blazing. However, before he could make a move against Yan Yunfei, Yin Kai directly stood in front of Yan Yunfei. She even revealed a pleading expression as she looked at Li Jianglu, and her eyes that were like limpid autumn waters were suffused with a large amount of mist. She choked with sobs as she said, Junior brother Jianglu, if you want to kill someone, then kill Kai, I beg you to spare senior brother Yunfei. As he gazed at Yin Kai's sorrowful appearance and the clear tears on her face, Li Jianglu was stunned on the spot. His eyes drifted slightly, and he couldn't help but recall the bits and pieces of his memories with Yin Kai. It was early summer. In a bamboo forest, the two of them held hands as they strolled through the forest. Junior brother Jianglu, was the ginseng black chicken soup tasty? Yin Kai skipped with light and quick steps as she turned around and smiled playfully at Li Jianglu. It's delicious as long as it's made by senior sister Kai. 8 years ago, Li Jianglu was still a young man. He smiled foolishly, but his face revealed a blissful expression. Senior sister Kai, Jianglu promises you that as long as I'm alive, I definitely won't let anyone bully you, nor will I let you shed a single tear. Li Jianglu pointed at the sky and swore to Yin Kai in this bamboo forest. Remember what you said. If someone bullies me in the future, you have to stand up for me, Yin Kai said with a smile. I, Li Jianglu, am a man of my word. If someone dares to bully senior sister Kai, then even if I have to give up my life, I'll definitely stand in front of senior sister Kai, Li Jianglu said firmly. The scenes of the past resounded through Li Jianglu's mind. The beauty before him was looking at him with tears streaming down her face, and this caused Li Jianglu's heart to shatter to the extreme. He stared at Yin Kai in a daze while the killing intent around him gradually dispersed at this moment. Kai, now is the time. Kill him. Suddenly, Yan Yunfei shouted out coldly. Yin Kai's face changed slightly, and a wisp of guilt flashed through her eyes. However, she still gritted her teeth, and a sharp dagger appeared in her hand. She suddenly stabbed it into Li Jianglu's heart. Spurt. The icy cold dagger stabbed into his heart. As the dagger was pulled out, hot blood sprayed out from Li Jianglu's heart. Yin Kai even took a few steps back in fear, and a wisp of panic appeared in her eyes as she looked at Li Jianglu. Everything fell silent. The world was silent. Li Jianglu looked at Yin Kai in a daze. His trembling hand covered his heart, but a large amount of blood flowed out uncontrollably, and it gradually dyed his body red. Die. Yan Yunfei laughed cruelly. He directly rode his sword over and pierced through Li Jianglu's chest once more. As the sword was pulled out, Yan Yunfei kicked Li Jianglu to the ground. There was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. At this moment, Li Jianglu was completely unable to feel the pain in his body. He crawled up from the ground with great difficulty, and he held his bleeding heart as he stared fixedly at the woman he loved the most in his life. 2 streams of blood even flowed from his eyes. Why? Why? Li Jianglu's life force was ceaselessly vanishing after his heart was pierced through. However, he only wanted an answer before he died. This caused him to hold his heart and stare fixedly at Yin Kai, hoping that she could give him an answer. Junior brother Jianglu, I'm sorry. I've never liked you. The person I truly like is senior brother Yunfei. Yin Kai's face was pale, but she still gave this answer. This caused Li Jianglu to laugh miserably, and he even let out a shrill wail. So everything was fake. It was all fake. A strand of immortal light suddenly erupted from Li Jianglu's body, and it caused him to flee desperately towards the distance. Kai, his heart has been pierced through, so he definitely won't be able to live for long. There's immortal chi remaining in his body, and it's the catalyst for refining the immortal replenishing pill. Quickly notify master that Li Jianglu is still in Haoshuan Mountain. We must find him. Yan Yunfei spoke hastily, and then he dragged his heavily injured body back to the 9 Radiance Hall. Clearly, Li Jianglu's attack from before had heavily injured him, so he could only recuperate first. Yin Kai nodded solemnly. She didn't dare dally at all, and she quickly headed to the Pill Pavilion to notify the 9 Radiance mysterious immortal and report Li Jianglu's appearance to him. Heaven's End Peak. A crescent moon hung in the sky while stars dotted the night sky. Yi Xian sat cross-legged at the peak of Heaven's End Peak. When his eyes opened and closed, there was only indifference and emotionlessness. He'd naturally witnessed everything that Li Jianglu had experienced. However, he didn't stop the tragedy from occurring. He wanted to see what Li Jianglu would choose in the end and whether he would be that extremely evil person in his heart. Bang! The immortal light fell to the ground while Li Jiangliu's entire body was bathed in blood. He walked step by step towards Yi Xian, and he said with a sorrowful voice, "True monarch, please save my life." "All right." Yi Xian smiled strangely. When he flicked his fingers through the air, the grand unity immortal light effused out and instantly enveloped Li Jianglu. Under the restoration of the grand unity immortal light, Li Jiangliu's damaged heart recovered at an extremely fast speed. After a few dozen breaths of time, Li Jianglu finally managed to survive. "I've saved your life today, and it can be considered as repaying your kindness from all those years ago. From today onwards, we don't owe each other anything." Yi Xian spoke calmly. Li Jianglu was already heartbroken from having his heart pierced by the love of his life. Now, when he heard Yi Xian's words, it caused him to laugh miserably. He knew that his fate with Yi Xian had come to an end. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Yi Xian, and then he stood up and staggered down the mountain. Unfortunately, before Li Jianglu could take a few steps, Yi Xian's strange voice resounded once more. "You won't be able to walk out of Haoshuan Mountain without my help. Look at the lanterns that cover the mountain, they're searching for your whereabouts. In the end, you can only be thrown into a pill furnace to be refined into an immortal replenishing pill for Yin Kaier and the others to consume." As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Li Jiangliu's figure paused for a moment. His body slightly trembled, and an extremely terrifying killing intent appeared around him. It was obvious that what Yi Xian said was the truth. "Do you hate me? Do you resent me? Do you feel boundless unwillingness in your heart?" Yi Xian's voice was like the low voice of a devil, and it was filled with bewitching intent. A mere woman is capable of causing you to be dejected to such an extent. They really didn't wrong you by calling you trash. Yi Xian smiled coldly. Bang! Suddenly, Li Jianglu returned and knelt before Yi Xian. His face was already covered in traces of tears, and he said with a sorrowful voice, "Please take me as your disciple." Yi Xian shook his head slowly like a devil was strolling about, and the gaze he shot at Li Jianglu seemed to be deep and strange. "I won't take you as my disciple. If you're willing, you can make an exchange with me of equal value. I can bestow upon you a supreme cultivation as well. It just depends on whether you dare to make the exchange with me." Li Jianglu was stunned when he heard Yi Xian's words. He didn't understand what he could make an exchange with Yi Xian, and this made him kowtow towards Yi Xian and say, "Jianglu has nothing but a worthless life. May I know what true monarch wants to exchange with me?" At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes were deep, and his voice was like a devil's temptation as he said, "I want you to kill all the seniors and juniors of the same sect that once mocked and humiliated you, and I want you to bring Yin Kaier's head to me. If you can do it, I'll bestow upon you a supreme cultivation, and this is also your last chance. As for what you choose, it's up to you. Kill senior sister Kai, or..." Li Jiangliu's body trembled while his expression was extremely stunned. Even his voice was trembling, and it proved how shaken his heart was. "I'll only give you half a day. If you're unable to bring Yin Kaier's head to me in half a day, then I'll leave this place as well. From then on, your life and death will have nothing to do with me. Go." Yi Xian's expression was calm as a strand of immortal light shot out, and it directly sent Li Jianglu away from Heaven's End Peak. Chapter 272. The veil of night was like a curtain while the lone moon hung high in the sky. There were a large number of cultivators flying through the sky. The various checkpoints on Haoshuan Mountain were guarded by cultivators, and the continuous rising and falling mountain range was even brightly lit. Countless disciples of the Nine Radiance Immortal sect were searching for Li Jiangliu's tracks. 9 Radiance Peak. Li Jiangliu carefully moved stealthily under the cover of the night, and he even frequently lay prone in the dense grass to avoid the cultivators that flashed past above him. Everyone didn't want to die, and even Li Jiangliu was no exception. Not only did Li Jiangliu not want to die, he even wanted to live on properly. Because he knew that this was his last chance, and only by completing the assignment Yi Xian gave him would he be able to truly start a new life. When Yin Kai'er pierced through his heart, the former Li Jiangliu was already dead. Presently, there was only boundless unwillingness and rage that couldn't be suppressed in his heart. However, he'd always been in a state of hesitation and struggle all along the way. He could kill anyone, but he was only unable to kill Yin Kai'er. When Yin Kai'er pierced through his heart, he was entirely capable of killing this woman. However, he was really unable to do so, and he could only flee dejectedly in the end. Li Jiangliu was muddle-headed and hesitated for a long time, and he was extremely conflicted. However, he still headed towards 9 Radiance Peak because perhaps when he saw this woman again, he would be able to make the final decision. He had to face what he had to face in the end. Li Jiangliu knew that he couldn't avoid it. He only had 2 strands of the last heavenly immortal energy within his body, and this was a method of slaughter that Yi Xian had given him. Everyone on 9 Radiance Peak was an inner court disciple. Every single inner court disciple possessed an independent abode, and they were the foundation of the 9 Radiance Immortal sect. These abodes were established halfway up the mountain, and as far as the eye could see, numerous abodes were connected together. When Li Jiangliu flashed into one of the abodes like a leopard, a muffled groan sounded out, and then Li Jiuyo swiftly appeared and continued to move stealthily towards the next abode. Li Jiangliu had never killed anyone, and this was the first time he'd killed someone. However, perhaps he was born to kill, so when he personally slaughtered a senior brother that had once ridiculed and humiliated him, his mind wasn't shaken in the slightest. Puff! Puff! A spirit saber glowed with a cold light, and a female disciple of the 9 Radiance Immortal sect was beheaded. Before she died, her eyes were wide open as she looked at Li Jiangliu with astonishment and unwillingness. However, Li Jiangliu didn't feel anything at all, and he instead felt comfortable in his heart. Is this the feeling of killing someone? Li Jiangliu muttered to himself as he looked at the female corpse beneath his feet that was gradually turning cold and stiff. There was a wisp of intoxication in his eyes as if he was sensing something. He slowly walked away without any ripples. When killing became an instinct, when killing became an alternative release, Li Jiangliu was undergoing an extremely terrifying transformation. This transformation was not in terms of cultivation, but in terms of spirit. There was a faint shadow of Fatso Huang in him, and this was the evil person that Yi Xian wanted. Yi Xian needed this kind of person because this kind of person could live for a long time and be of use to him. Li Jiangliu was like a shadow in the night as he moved stealthily through the abodes of the inner court disciples. Along with every place he passed, a familiar person that he once knew would die miserably at his hands. The kindness of the past had gradually vanished, and a wisp of a vicious and ruthless aura bloomed around him. When he walked out of the last abode while covered in blood, his entire body became gloomy and silent. Yin Kai'er, let's put an end to this between us. Li Jiangliu looked at the 9 Radiance Palace on the peak of the mountain from afar, and then he transformed into a shadow that moved stealthily towards the peak of the mountain. The candles flickered as they entered the bridal chamber. As the daughter of a 9 Radiance mysterious immortal, Yin Kai'er's status in the 9 Radiance Immortal sect was naturally obvious. On the other hand, as the head disciple of the 9 Radiance Immortal sect, Yan Yunfei's status was even more noble and illustrious. Today was their wedding day, and it was the best time to spend the night together. Making love in the bridal chamber was something that men and women loved to do the most. However, Li Jiangliu's appearance destroyed this moment. Yan Yunfei's face was pale as he sat cross-legged on the bed to heal. Yin Kaier would wipe away the cold sweat on Yan Yunfei's forehead from time to time. Her beautiful face was filled with heartache. Huff. Yan Yunfei slowly opened his eyes after exhaling a mouthful of foul air. He said with a sunken voice, "This trash's cultivation is so powerful. I almost died at his hands. Senior brother Yunfei, his heart has been pierced through by Kai, so he won't be able to live for long. Father is also searching for his corpse with the elders of the sect, so don't get angry," Yin Kaier consoled him gently. Yan Yunfei's heart warmed up with his wife by his side. He pulled Yin Kaier into his arms and said apologetically, "Today was supposed to be our bridal chamber, but I'm heavily injured. It's been hard on you, Kai, her." Yin Kaier happily leaned against Yan Yunfei's bosom, her slender jade-like hands drawing circles on his chest as she softly said, "Senior brother Yunfei, don't say that. As long as you can accompany Kai, by her side, Kai, is already very satisfied." Clap. 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 Suddenly, a series of claps rang out, causing the couple's faces to change drastically. "Who is it? Come out," Yan Yunfei said coldly. "What a loving couple," Li Jianglu walked out from the shadows with a calm expression. He looked at the two of them with an extremely calm gaze. It's you." Li Jiangliu's appearance caused the couple to cry out in shock. They had never thought that Li Jianglu would still be alive after being pierced through the heart. Instead, he would appear in their bridal chamber. Swish! There was a cold flash of a blade. Before Yan Yunfei could react, one of his arms had been directly chopped off by Li Jianglu. The pain of having his arm severed caused Yan Yunfei to cry out miserably. "Senior brother!" Yin Kaier cried out with a trembling voice when she saw this. Stomp! 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 Li Jiangliu's expression was calm while a warm smile hung on his face. He walked slowly towards the couple with the spirit saber in his hand. "Junior brother, it's all my fault. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't harm senior brother Yunfei." Yin Kaier's eyes were filled with tears as she directly knelt before Li Jianglu, and she even sobbed as she pleaded with him. Slap! Suddenly, a resounding slap resounded. Li Jianglu had slapped Yin Kaier flying, and a red handprint appeared on her pure white face while strands of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. At this moment, Yin Kaier was completely stunned. She covered her face as she stared blankly at Li Jianglu. She was completely unable to believe that this junior brother of hers who had always been infatuated with her would actually be so heartless as to hit her. "Li Jianglu, you piece of trash. Come at me if you have the ability. Don't harm Kai, her." Yan Yunfei clenched his fists tightly while his gaze towards Li Jianglu had already turned crimson red. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but they fly separately when disaster strikes. Chapter 273. Li Jianglu smiled warmly while his voice was calm and kind. However, the killing intent that suffused his body was on the verge of erupting. This caused Yin Kaier's expression to change slightly. She felt as if Li Jianglu had become a completely different person, and he wasn't that kind junior brother that she could order around any longer. "Senior sister, I can give you a chance. So long as you kill Yan Yunfei with your own two hands, I, Li Jianglu, can completely spare your life." Li Jianglu walked slowly towards Yin Kaier, and he even squatted down to lightly stroke Yin Kaier's hair while his eyes still carried an expression of infatuation. Swish! Suddenly, a spirit dagger appeared in Yin Kaier's hand, and she didn't hesitate to stab it towards Li Jiangliu's heart. But this time, Yin Kaier didn't succeed. The dagger in her hand fell powerlessly to the ground while Li Jianglu held her hand with a smile on his face, and his warm voice resounded slowly. "Senior sister, junior brother has already been taught a lesson once. Could it be that you don't know?" Ha ha ha. Li Jiangliu's fingers were tightening, and he crushed the bones in Yin Kai's hand inch by inch, causing her to let out a shrill cry while her delicate and beautiful face warped at this moment. Ayaya, senior sister, I hurt you. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Li Jianglu hurriedly let go of Yin Kai's hand and even apologized in an extremely sincere manner. However, the gaze Yin Kai shot at Li Jianglu was already filled with unimaginable terror. Li Jianglu, I'll fight you to the death. How could Yan Yunfei endure the heavy injury that his wife suffered? His eyes were crimson red as he summoned his own sword and slashed it towards Li Jianglu. Unfortunately, Yan Yunfei was already heavily injured, and one of his arms had even been severed by Li Jianglu. So, how could he be a match for Li Jianglu? Bang! Li Jianglu merely slapped Yan Yunfei to the ground with a single palm strike, and then a wide foot suddenly stomped on Yan Yunfei's head and even crushed it back and forth. You piece of trash! You should be grateful that I didn't kill you now and not bite me like a dog. Li Jianglu spoke viciously while a terrifying and enormous force erupted beneath his feet, and it caused Yan Yunfei's head to continuously collapse while blood sprayed from his mouth. He suffered an unimaginable heavy injury. After suffering such humiliation from Li Jianglu, Yan Yunfei's mind and body were injured, and he'd already gone completely mad. He roared furiously beneath Li Jianglu's feet. Li Jianglu, kill me if you have the ability. Even if I transform into a ghost, I'll still eat your flesh and drink your blood. TSK TSK TSK. Li Jianglu shook his head slowly and moved his foot away from Yan Yunfei's head. After that, he squatted down and patted Yan Yunfei's swollen face, and his voice was strange and malicious as he said, Senior brother Yan, what are you talking about? We're senior brothers, so how could I, junior brother, possibly kill you? Of course, I'll let your most beloved wife end your life. This is the perfect ending. Ha! Yan Yunfei laughed wildly when he heard Li Jianglu's words, Li Jianglu, Kai, and I are very close. Even if you kill both of us, she definitely won't betray me. Oh. Li Jianglu's eyes were filled with surprise, and then he looked at Yin Kai and said coldly, Senior sister Kai, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I'll only give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't kill Yan Yunfei, then I can only send you and your wife to hell. Li Jianglu held the spirit saber in his hand while a wisp of immortal light blossomed from it, and his entire body was coiled with extreme killing intent. Clearly, he wasn't just saying it for fun. If Yin Kai didn't do as he said, then he would definitely kill the two of them with his own hands. Kai, even if we can't be husband and wife in the mortal world, we can continue our fate in the netherworld. Yan Yunfei wasn't afraid at all, and he trusted his wife very much, so he even comforted her gently. 1. 2. 3. It was like the bell of the dead was ringing, and it was like Yama was attacking. Li Jianglu watched coldly, but his voice reverberated by their ears. At this very moment, Yin Kai's eyes were filled with tears, and her face was filled with sorrow. She slowly crawled up from the ground, and then she strolled towards Yan Yunfei. She hugged him gently and said with a choked voice, Senior brother Yunfei, even if we die, we'll die together. Yan Yunfei's tears flowed from his eyes as his wife entered his embrace. His remaining arm hugged Yin Kai tightly, and he said sorrowfully, We're willing to be birds in the wings in the heavens, and we're willing to be intertwined branches on earth. Today, we'll go to hell together. Even if I die. Spurt. Suddenly, before Yan Yunfei could finish speaking, a muffled sound came from his chest. The icy cold blade was constantly stirring up his heart. This caused Yan Yunfei's eyes to become lifeless as he stared fixedly at his wife. It was as if he had turned into a clay puppet. Spurt. The icy cold dagger was suddenly pulled out from Yan Yunfei's chest, causing a large amount of blood to spray out and dye Yin Kai's body. Yin Kai slowly stroked Yan Yunfei's face, and her voice was still weak and sorrowful, Senior brother, Kai, can't die yet. Kai, has let you down today. Don't hate me after you go to hell. Spurt. 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 Yan Yunfei spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in succession. He held tightly onto his chest, and the gaze he shot at Yin Kaier was filled with extreme unwillingness, rage, and hatred. Bitch, bitch, you. Bang! Yan Yunfei didn't finish speaking in the end. His body gradually became icy cold and stiff, and his eyes were opened wide before he died, proving how he died with everlasting regret. Clang! The dagger in Yin Kaier's hand fell to the ground. She covered her face and sobbed, causing others to see her seem extremely pitiful. Clap! 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 Li Jianglu clapped lightly, and his expression was calm and indifferent as he said, "Senior sister, you really are ruthless and vicious. Junior brother, senior sister was really wrong. Please forgive me. Yan Yunfei forced me to do all of this." Yin Kaier stood up from the ground, and she even threw herself into Li Jiangliu's embrace while sobbing as if she'd suffered an extremely great grievance. "Alright, it's all in the past. It's really all in the past." Li Jianglu had a sorrowful expression as he hugged the woman he loved the most in his life and consoled her in a light voice. "Junior brother, Yan Yunfei is already dead. Are you willing to marry senior sister?" Yin Kaier's eyes were filled with tears as she wrapped her arms around Li Jiangliu's neck. When her cherry lips parted slightly, she exhaled a mouthful of orchid fragrance, and she looked at Li Jianglu with misty eyes as if she was waiting for Li Jianglu to pluck her. At this moment, Yan Yunfei's miserable corpse was beneath their feet, but an extremely ambiguous atmosphere reverberated between the two of them. If a third person saw this scene, that person would definitely feel a chill run down their spine. As he gazed at Yin Kaier's misty eyes and slightly parted cherry lips, Li Jiangliu's eyes were dazed and slightly infatuated. He slowly kissed Yin Kaier's cherry lips, and it even caused her to let out a delicate moan. This kiss continued for over 10 breaths of time. When the two of them slowly separated, Yin Kaier shyly leaned into Li Jiangliu's embrace, and she seemed to have transformed into a happy little woman. Chapter 274. Senior sister, do you know? You're the woman I love the most in my life. In the past, I would have no regrets even if I were to die for you, Li Jianglu said sorrowfully. Yin Kaier leaned into Li Jiangliu's embrace and said gently, "Junior brother, it's all in the past. From now on, we'll never be separated again. Kai will definitely treat you well, and I won't let you down." Spurt. Suddenly, a cold and sharp blade pierced through Yin Kaier's heart silently. The blade stirred slightly, and dark red blood flowed out from Yin Kaier's chest. It stunned her. She slowly raised her head to look at Li Jianglu, but she saw that his face was already covered in tears. Why? Yin Kaier's body trembled. Her delicate expression had vanished. She stared at Li Jianglu, hoping to obtain an answer. Tears covered his face as Li Jianglu wept silently. However, the blade in his hand became more and more vicious. It was stirring up Yin Kaier's heart cruelly and viciously, bringing unimaginable pain to her. Spurt. Li Jiangliu's face was sorrowful and sorrowful. He suddenly pulled the blade out of Yin Kaier's heart, and a wisp of fiery blood sprayed onto his face. However, he did not wipe it away at all. "Senior sister, do you know?" Li Jianglu murmured bitterly. He looked at Yin Kaier with great affection. The Li Jianglu of the past is already dead. He'll never return. Spurt. Li Jianglu smiled bitterly, but the blade in his hand pierced through Yin Kaier's chest once more, causing her to let out a miserable cry. "Senior sister, I really, really love you, but you'll never know how terrifying it is when a kind person turns into a demon." Swish. The blade was pulled out once more. The blood was bleak and beautiful, and it caused Yin Kaier to collapse to the ground. She looked at Li Jianglu with unimaginable fear. Senior Sister Kai, remember this in your next life. Don't bully an honest person, because every honest person hides a demon in their heart. You were the one who released the demon in my heart. Li Jianglu murmured and wept, but the blade in his hand was merciless and vicious. He cut Yin Kaier into pieces as if he had fallen into some sort of indescribable sorrow. Yin Kaier had already died without a complete corpse. Even in death, she could not understand why Li Jianglu was so vicious and vicious, why he was so deranged. Clang! The knife in his hand fell to the ground, and Li Jianglu knelt on the ground powerlessly. He looked at Yin Kaier's tragic corpse in a daze, and an indescribable smile appeared on his face. However, the tears in his eyes were rolling down. Bury this lowly love, from now on, there will be no Li Jiangluo's heart's heart. Li Jiangliu's, Jianglu, Jiangliu's, Jianglu, Jianglu to his to die to the end. Li Jianglu was a kind person and an honest person. Jianglu Jiangto the Jianglu Jiangs to Jianglu to the Jianglu Jiangto Jianglu to the CTO release the Li Jiangliu s when the Buddha's heart was gone and only the devil's heart remained. This was the most terrifying person. This sort of person could do unimaginable evil because he had gone from extreme kindness to extreme evil. He had experienced great sorrow and hatred in life, and the so-called morality and kindness had been completely abandoned by this sort of person. At this moment, Li Jianglu was undoubtedly such a person, and he had become the person Yi Xian wanted. How dare you! Suddenly, a furious roar resounded as dazzling immortal light descended. The 9 Radiance Xian Immortal appeared here with all the elders. When he saw the corpse of his disciple and daughter that had died miserably, his body trembled extremely. Originally, the 9 Radiance Xian Immortal was searching everywhere for Li Jiangliu's whereabouts, but when Yin Kaier died miserably, her soul tablet had shattered in the 9 Radiance Xian Immortal's hands. This allowed the 9 Radiance Xian Immortal to know that his daughter had been killed, and this was why he rushed over here like a madman. Li Jianglu, you traitor! I'll definitely destroy your soul. The 9 Radiance Xian Immortal roared furiously as a ray of immortal light slapped out, and he was about to annihilate Li Jianglu here. Unfortunately, Li Jianglu had 2 strands of heavenly immortal power in his body, and this was also a life-saving method that Yi Xian had given him. Facing the furious attack of the 9 Radiance Xian Immortal, he activated a strand of heavenly immortal power and instantly transformed into an immortal light that fled towards Heaven's End Peak. Old dog 9 Radiance, it's still too early for you to kill me. Li Jianglu laughed sinisterly as his voice echoed in the mountains. Chase after him. No matter who's behind him, even if my 9 Radiance Immortal sect is destroyed, I'll tear this traitor into pieces. The 9 Radiance Xian Immortal roared furiously and directly transformed into his true form of a goshawk. When he spread his wings, he violently chased after Li Jianglu. The sect master was furious, and the elders didn't dare hesitate. They all rode out streaks of light and even took out various Dharma treasures to chase after Li Jianglu. The surrounding space rumbled and exploded. The 9 Radiance Xian Immortal transformed into a goshawk, and his speed was unimaginably swift. Even though Li Jianglu had 2 strands of heavenly immortal power in his body, the 9 Radiance Xian Immortal was an immortal in the end, so how could Li Jianglu resist him? In less than 3 breaths of time, before Li Jianglu could flee to Heaven's End Peak, the 9 Radiance Xian Immortal's wings whistled through the air. 2 strands of heaven-shattering immortal light directly struck Li Jianglu to the point of staggering, and it even caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood while the immortal light around him became extremely dim. At this moment, Li Jianglu was fleeing for his life in space, and he didn't even turn around to look at the 9 Radiance Xian Immortal. Because he knew that he was utterly no match for the 9 Radiance Xian Immortal, and only by fleeing to Heaven's End Peak would he be able to survive. Go! Li Jianglu had completely risked his life. The 2 strands of heavenly immortal power in his body erupted completely, and it enveloped his body as well. He transformed into a dazzling flowing light that shot violently towards heaven's end peak once more. Little bastard, no one will be able to save you today. The 9 Radiance Xian Immortal had gone completely mad. The eagle he'd transformed into covered the heavens and the earth, and it even emitted a cry that tore through space. It carried monstrous rage, hatred, and viciousness as it pursued Li Jianglu violently. Amidst the frenzied pursuit of the 9 Radiance Xian Immortal, Li Jiangliu's entire body was bathed in blood, and his expression was savage and sinister. However, when he saw heaven's end peak that was faintly discernible before him, his eyes revealed extreme excitement. Soon, soon. So long as I enter heaven's end peak, this old dog 9 Radiance will definitely die. Li Jianglu muttered viciously in a low voice, and he was cheering himself on. He dragged his damaged body along as he sped up once more towards heaven's end peak. True monarch, save me. Bang! Li Jianglu let out a low roar while his damaged body finally descended towards the peak of heaven's end peak. A strand of immortal light covered him at this moment, and he steadily descended by Yi Xian's side. At the same time, the 9 Radiance Xian Immortal led a large number of elders and disciples to appear in the sky above heaven's end peak. After a wave of immortal light surged, the 9 Radiance Xian Immortal transformed into his human form once more, and he looked down with a solemn expression. Chapter 275. On Heaven's End Peak. Yi Xian sat cross-legged with his black hair hanging behind his head. A gust of wind blew over, causing his hair to flutter in the wind. Li Jianglu sat beside Yi Xian, but there was an extremely vicious smile on his face as he laughed wildly at the 9 Splendor Xian Immortal. Old dog Jiuhua, do you know who is beside me? Everything was quiet, and the world was silent. The 9 Splendor Xian Immortal's expression was gloomy, and the immortal light around him was extremely chaotic. This was because when he saw Yi Xian on heaven's end peak, an extremely terrifying feeling slowly rose in his heart. There was no other reason. This was because the 9 Splendor Xian Immortal could not see through Yi Xian's cultivation. There were only 2 types of people who could make him unable to see through their cultivation. The first type was immortal, and the second type's cultivation was definitely above his. Obviously, the black-robed Taoist below was definitely not immortal. He was the second type of person he was thinking of. What surprised the 9 Splendor Xian Immortal the most was that the black-robed Taoist below looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. The 9 Splendor Xian Immortal suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He descended from the sky until he stood on heaven's end peak. He cupped his fists at Yi Xian and said, "Fellow Taoist, Li Jianglu is a traitor of my 9 Splendor Immortal sect. He killed his senior brothers and sisters. Please return this child." Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not say anything. He only looked at the 9 Splendor Xian Immortal indifferently as if he was looking at an ant. Seeing that Yi Xian ignored him, the 9 Splendor Xian Immortal narrowed his eyes and slowly walked towards him. His voice was slightly gloomy as he said, "Fellow Taoist, I'm a disciple of the Jie school. Please don't interfere in the matters of my sect for the sake of the Jie school." Jie school. Yi Xian smiled and looked at the 9 Splendor Xian Immortal with a ruthless expression. "If I were you, I would retreat immediately and not use the Jie school to intimidate others." Yi Xian said calmly, but Jiuhua Xian's expression changed slightly. He looked at Yi Xian with a serious expression. It should be known that although the Jie school had declined in the 3 realms, not everyone could afford to offend it. The black-robed Taoist in front of him obviously did not take the Jie school seriously. How could Jiuhua Xian not be surprised? "How dare you? Even if you're an immortal, our 9 Radiance Immortal sect is still a Taoist. How dare you?" Bang! A tribulation passing stage elder was scolding Yi Xian loudly, but before he could finish his words, he heard an explosion. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a ray of Tai Immortal light blasted out, directly killing the elder. Tai Immortal light. Such a scene caused the 9 brilliant Xian Immortal to cry out in shock. He unconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Yi Xian with an extremely horrified expression. Zhihua Xian did not expect that the black-robed Taoist was actually a Tai Xian Immortal. He finally understood why Li Jianglu had to escape here. Obviously, with the protection of this mysterious black-robed Taoist, who in the entire 9 Radiance Immortal sect could kill Li Jianglu. Brother, even if you're in the Tai stage, you killed my sect's elder for no reason. I'll definitely report you to the Celestial Court. Zhihua Xian looked fierce and had the intention to retreat. Obviously, he knew that he was only a Xian Immortal and was no match for this mysterious Taoist. Ha! Suddenly, Li Jianglu sneered as if he had heard the funniest joke. As his smile disappeared, he looked at Zhihua Xian as if he was looking at a dead person. Old dog Zhihua, take a good look at who this is. Zhihua Xian's expression changed when he heard Li Jianglu's words. He had long felt that Yi Xian's appearance was extremely familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. This also made him constantly examine Yi Xian's appearance and try his best to recall if he had seen this mysterious Taoist before. Sect leader. He seems to be with Demon Slayer Lord Xiancheng. Suddenly, the red-robed Taoist's body trembled. He looked at Yi Xian with extreme horror and could no longer speak. Demon Slayer Lord Xiancheng. Zhihua Xian muttered to himself. Suddenly, the 9-flower profound immortal's hair stood on end. His back was already drenched in cold sweat, and beads of sweat continuously flowed from his forehead. He looked at Yi Xian with a gaze of fear that he'd never felt before. You're immortal Yi Xian. Finally, Zhihua Xian remembered. Wasn't this black-robed Taoist the demon slayer Lord Xiancheng that Venus Tai Bai was looking for? Bang! Zhihua Xian felt weak all over and directly knelt down. The many elders and disciples behind him did not understand what was going on, but they heard Zhihua Xian's trembling roar. Why aren't you kneeling down and greeting Demon Slayer Lord Xiancheng of the Celestial Court? As Zhihua Xian's trembling voice fell, the expressions of the disciples and elders of the Zhihua Immortal sect all changed drastically. Then, they did not dare to be negligent and all knelt down. A silent fear also filled Zhu Tian Peak at this moment. I'm Zhihua from the mortal world. Greetings, Demon Slayer Lord Xiancheng. Zhihua Xian's body trembled. He knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Yi Xian. Obviously, he was extremely frightened. It was no wonder that Zhihua Xian was like this. After all, the shocking battle between Yi Xian and Yang Jian had already spread to the ears of all the people in the 3 realms. Who was Yang Jian? He was the war god of the 3 realms, the #1 disciple of the 3rd generation of the Chan sect, and the heavenly god of law enforcement of the Celestial Court. He was an all-heaven golden immortal and was only 1 step away from becoming Daoyuo Jingxian. However, such a person's physical body was destroyed by Yi Xian and only a little bit of his true spirit escaped to the mortal world. This also proved how terrifying Yi Xian's cultivation was. At this moment, Zhihua Xian finally understood everything. It turned out that the immortal Li Jianglu had saved was Demon Slayer Lord Xiancheng. If he had known this would happen, he would not have dared to attack Li Jianglu back then. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Even if Zhihua Xian was extremely regretful, it was useless. He did not dare to avenge his daughter at all. He did not even dare to breathe heavily. As for the so-called going to the Celestial Court to sue Yi Xian, it seemed like a huge joke now. Not to mention that Yi Xian had killed an elder of the Zhihua Immortal sect. Even if he killed the entire Zhihua Immortal sect, the immortals of the Celestial Court and the Jade Emperor would not even dare to fart. This little immortal did not know that perfected Lord was here. Please forgive me. Zhou Xian kowtowed repeatedly in an extremely humble manner. He no longer had the cold killing intent from before. The wind was calm and the clouds were calm. When Yi Xian opened and closed his eyes, there was only coldness and ruthlessness. The way he looked at Zhou Xian was as if he was looking at a dead person. From the beginning to the end, Yi Xian hadn't placed the 9 Radiance Profound Immortal and his sect in his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to test whether Li Jianglu was an extremely evil person, he would have killed the 9 Radiance Profound Immortal a long time ago and directly devoured his Dao fruit to increase his own cultivation. Now that everything had come to an end, there was naturally no need for Zhou Xian and his sect to stay. Chapter 276. From the beginning to the end, Yi Xian was silent, which also made the 9 Radiance Xian Immortal nervous. He was afraid that Yi Xian would attack him because of Li Jianglu. Perfected cultivator, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave for now. The 9 Radiance Xian Immortal kowtowed 3 times respectfully and then carefully retreated. Since you're here, don't leave. As the saying went, a mosquito was still meat. The 9 Radiance Xian Immortal was an immortal after all. How could Yi Xian let him go? Run! Without any hesitation, the 9 Flower Profound Immortal's face turned deathly pale. He turned into a ray of profound light and fled into the distance. He didn't even say a single word because he could completely feel the killing intent that Yi Xian emitted. Buzz! Celestial light filled the sky as an immortal art appeared in Yi Xian's hand. Without waiting for the 9 Splendor Profound Immortal to escape, it directly froze his body in the air. Tribulation Transcender Art. Yi Xian's eyes focused as strands of strange immortal runes appeared in the air. They instantly covered the 9 Flower Profound Immortal, causing him to let out a miserable scream. Under the strange power of the Tribulation Transcender Art, the 9 Radiance Xian Immortal's body kept shattering. A large amount of celestial force in his body turned into a long river and poured into Yi Xian's head. Plundering the essence of heaven and earth and seizing the Tao fruit of all spirits was the function of the Calamity Immortal technique. It was also the only way for Yi Xian to quickly increase his cultivation. An hour later, the 9 Radiance Xian Immortal's soul dissipated and all his cultivation was absorbed by Yi Xian. A ray of celestial light rose around Yi Xian's body, making his face slightly flushed. A stream of turbid air was spat out from Yi Xian's mouth, and an explosion sounded out from the other side. When Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes, a trace of disappointment flashed through his eyes. After using the Tribulation Transcender technique to devour the cultivation base of a 9 Radiance Profound Immortal, Yi Xian's immortal power did not increase significantly. He was still some distance away from breaking through to the Primordial Unity Golden Immortal realm. Heaven Immortal, Xian Immortal, Golden Immortal, True Immortal, all the way to Primordial Unity Xian Immortal. 9 Radiance Xian Immortal was merely a Xian Immortal, and the immortal energy in his body was just a drop in the bucket for Yi Xian. Moreover, although the Tribulation Transcender technique was a heaven-defying technique, it couldn't completely absorb an immortal's cultivation. After all, the cultivation methods they practiced were different, so their immortal power was naturally different. Yi Xian could only refine 30% of the pure immortal power for his own use. After using the Tribulation Transcender technique for the first time, Yi Xian finally understood a principle. If he wanted to quickly increase his cultivation base, there was no need to consider those below the Primordial Unity Xian Immortal realm. Only by devouring immortals above the Primordial Unity Xian Immortal realm could his cultivation base increase by leaps and bounds. As for these ordinary immortals, although they could also increase his cultivation base, the number was too large. Yi Xian also knew that the fastest way to increase his cultivation base was to use the holy medicines in the world, such as the immortal peach in the celestial court, the immortal golden pill in the Tushita palace of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, or the ginseng fruit of Zhen Yuanzi. However, although Yi Xian coveted these things, they were not something he could obtain now. He could only take it slowly. Perfected Lord, how should we deal with these people? When Yi Xian fell into deep thought, Li Jianglu spoke in a gloomy voice. His gaze towards the people of the Nine Radiance Immortal sect was filled with uncontrollable sinister killing intent. Yi Xian casually shot out a ray of immortal light that fused into Li Jiangliu's body, and his voice was cold and indifferent. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. As you command, perfected Lord. Li Jianglu replied with a sinister smile. With the immortal force bestowed by Yi Xian, this small Jiuhua sect would become an Azura slaughterhouse. Have mercy, perfected Lord. On Heaven's End Peak, no matter if it was the elders or disciples, when they heard Yi Xian's cold voice, everyone trembled and begged. However, what awaited them was Li Jiangliu's merciless slaughter. On this day, the entire Nine Radiance Immortal sect was burned to the ground. Countless elders and disciples died miserably at the hands of Li Jianglu. The merciless slaughter continued for 7 days and 7 nights. They wanted to escape from the Nine Radiance Immortal sect, but Yi Xian had sealed off millions of kilometers of Haoshuan Mountain, so where could they escape to? On Heaven's End Peak. Yi Xian had his hands behind his back as he looked up into the sky. Li Jianglu bowed at his side, and his eyes were filled with loyalty and reverence. True monarch, the Nine Radiance Immortal sect has been completely annihilated. This subordinate has searched for all the cultivation resources in the treasury. True monarch, please count them. Li Jianglu held the Qianquan bag in his hand and bowed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't receive the universe pouch. He naturally didn't care about the cultivation resources of the Nine Radiance Immortal sect, and he turned around to look at Li Jianglu instead before he said calmly, the previous Li Jianglu is dead. From today onwards, you'll be called Li Jiuyo. Li Jianglu, no, he should be called Li Jiuyo. He was stunned, and then he took a deep glance at Yi Xian before he bowed solemnly to Yi Xian and said, Thank you, perfected Lord, for granting me this name. From today onwards, there will be no more Li Jianglu in this world, and there will only be Li Jiuyo. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction as he gazed at Li Jiuyo's respectful expression. His eyes were slightly drifting and filled with nostalgia because at this moment, Li Jiuyo really resembled Fatso Huang. All those years ago in the mortal dimension, Fatso Huang could be said to be loyal to him, and he'd even helped him resolve too many trivial matters. However, he wondered how Fatso Huang was doing in the mortal dimension after a few tens of years. What was the underworld that he'd once created like now under the leadership of Fatso Huang? Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and smiled. He'd already arrived at the earthly immortal dimension, and the only thing he had to do now was to improve his cultivation. As for the people and matters of the past, he could just let them pass with the wind. Immortal, where are we going next? Li Jiuyo asked. Yi Xian shook his head slowly and gave an irrelevant answer, your cultivation is too weak now. I'll give you 100 years to become an immortal in Haoshuan Mountain. Only after you become an immortal can you really do something for me. There are all the cultivation resources of the Jiuhua Immortal sect in this cosmos bag, which is enough for you to enter the crossing calamity stage and attract the 9 heavens immortal tribulation. Only after you become an immortal can you follow me. Yi Xian's words made Li Jiuyo's eyes dim. He knew that Yi Xian was telling the truth. If he wanted to follow Yi Xian, he had to at least be an immortal. Otherwise, how could he work for Yi Xian? I'll definitely become an immortal within 100 years, but where can I find you after I become an immortal? Li Jiuyo asked. Yi Xian smiled and looked at the celestial court in the distance. He said in a strange voice, if you can pass the immortal tribulation, you can come to the celestial court to find me. Before Li Jiuyo could react, Yi Xian stood on a black cloud, took a step forward, and disappeared from Li Jiuyo's sight. I'll see you off, immortal. Li Jiuyo bowed with determination in his eyes. From now on, he would part ways with Yi Xian. After he became a celestial immortal 100 years later, he would go to the celestial court to find Yi Xian. At the junction of the earthly immortal dimension and the celestial court, there was a strong wind, thunder, and fire. After stepping through the strong wind, one would arrive at the 33rd celestial court. Chapter 277. Yi Xian was dressed in a black Taoist robe. Dark clouds surged beneath his feet. He was riding a cloud through the astral wind, thunder, and fire. He was heading towards the 33rd celestial court. Yes, Yi Xian was heading back to the celestial court. Yi Xian and Yang Jian's battle had resulted in both sides suffering great losses. Yi Xian had been recuperating for 10 years. During these 10 years, Yi Xian had not shown himself because he was afraid that the Jade Emperor would hit him when he was down. However, he had now fully recovered and his cultivation had reached the late stage of Grand Unity Xian Immortal. He was only one step away from the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. The opportunity to break through to the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm lay in the Celestial Court. Yi Xian was a scheming person. He wanted to borrow the reputation of his battle with Yang Jian to ask for something precious from the Jade Emperor. Although it was a little dangerous, it was something that Yi Xian had to do. When Yi Xian crossed the astral wind, thunder, and fire, the southern heavenly gate came into view. He did not hesitate and flew towards the southern heavenly gate on a cloud. The 4 heavenly kings were covered in golden light as they stood guard in front of the southern heaven gate. When Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of the 4 of them, the expressions of the 4 heavenly kings changed. They were just about to angrily berate him, but when they saw Yi Xian's appearance, they swallowed the words of anger in their mouths. Yi! True Lord Yi! Heavenly King Dhritarashtra exclaimed in shock. The 4 heavenly kings quickly bowed to Yi Xian. They were extremely humble. They did not expect that Yi Xian was still alive and had returned to the celestial court. It was no wonder that the 4 heavenly kings were so humble. During the battle between Yi Xian and Yang Jian, the 4 heavenly kings had personally witnessed Yi Xian's ferocity. The memory was still fresh in their minds. How could they not be in awe of Yi Xian? However, they did not expect true Lord Yi to return to the celestial court when they did not know whether Yang Jian was dead or alive. Did he not know that Yang Jian's brothers were looking for him everywhere? True Lord, congratulations on your return to the celestial court. I will inform the Jade Emperor. Heavenly King Dhritarashtra smiled and said. No need. I will go to the Lingxiao Hall to meet the Jade Emperor. He must have stayed up all these years searching for me. And Heavenly King Dhritarashtra. And disappeared from the 4 heavenly kings' sight. 33 heavens. As Yi Xian rode on a cloud, countless immortals cried out in an uproar. There were even immortal officials who sent messages to the Jade Emperor, allowing the immortals in the heavenly court to know that not only was Yi Xian not dead, he was currently heading towards the Lingxiao Hall. The evening drum and morning bell sounded. The sound of 18 bells echoed around the celestial court. All the deities on the deity list were heading to the Lingxiao Hall. In the Lingxiao Hall, the Jade Emperor sat on the throne in the middle while the deities stood on both sides. However, the atmosphere in the Lingxiao Hall was strange and silent. Buzz! A terrifying immortal light shattered the void, and a rumbling explosion sounded out. Yi Xian suddenly appeared in the Lingxiao Hall. His entire body was completely calm, and he didn't pay his respects to the so-called Jade Emperor. If it were in the past, Yi Xian's actions would have been scolded by the deity officials. But it was different now. The deities were silent and the deity officials were pale. Who would dare to scold Yi Xian? At this moment, Yi Xian's expression was calm as he looked around at the immortals present. When he saw the Longevity Immortal Sovereign, the Longevity Immortal Sovereign's expression froze. He slightly nodded at him before shifting his gaze away. His entire body also emitted an aura that repelled others 1,000 miles away. Although the battle between Yi Xian and Yang Jian had established his supreme reputation in combat strength, he had already offended the Chan school by destroying Yang Jian's body. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan had given Yi Xian the Jade Pure Decree, On Jian was the #1 disciple of the third generation of the Chan school. The two of them were like fire and water. Naturally, the longevity Immortal Venerable chose to stand on Yang Jian's side. He could only break off his friendship with Yi Xian. Not only the longevity Immortal Venerable, but the other deities of the Chan school were the same. They looked at Yi Xian with respect, helplessness, and regret. Yi Xian was a smart person. He could tell what the deities were thinking at a glance. This made him smile slightly and did not mind. After all, he had returned to the celestial court to ask for something from the Jade Emperor. Then, he would go to the Earth Immortal realm to carry out his cultivation plan. As for the deities of the Chan school, as long as they did not provoke him, he would not find trouble with them. Minister Yi, you and Yang Jian are important officials of the celestial court. I did not expect that a simple exchange of pointers would cause such turmoil in the celestial court. Now that you can return safely to the celestial court, I am relieved, the Jade Emperor said majestically. Hearing the Jade Emperor's words, Yi Xian smiled coldly in his heart. Then, he said straightforwardly, I have not recovered from my injuries. I have returned to the celestial court to ask the Jade Emperor to give me elixirs to heal my injuries. This way, I can serve the celestial court well. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the Jade Emperor's eyes narrowed. Then, he smiled and said, you are right. Men, bring me the Fahua elixir and give it to Yi, wait. Suddenly, before the Jade Emperor could finish, Yi Xian interrupted him. This made the deity's expressions change slightly. The Jade Emperor also narrowed his eyes. He knew that Yi Xian was not that simple since he dared to appear in front of him. Although the Fahua elixir is a good elixir, my injuries are too serious. A mere Fahua elixir cannot heal my injuries, Yi Xian said calmly. Oh. The Jade Emperor said coldly, then what kind of elixir do you need? A 9,000-year-old peach of immortality and a 9-transformation golden elixir. Only these two sacred items can heal my injuries. Yi Xian demanded an exorbitant price. Hiss. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the immortals sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at Yi Xian as if he was a madman. Even an extremely shrewd person like the Jade Emperor had a gloomy expression, and killing intent quietly flashed through his eyes. It was no wonder that the Jade Emperor reacted this way. After all, even the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother could not casually consume a 9,000-year-old peach of immortality. Only during the Feast of Immortality held every 9,000 years would the Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, and Daluo Jingxian of the three realms be lucky enough to eat one. As for the other deities, the golden immortals of all heaven could eat a 6,000-year-old peach of immortality, while the golden immortals of Tai could eat a 3,000-year-old peach of immortality. This was the rule of the Feast of Immortality since ancient times. As for the 9-transformation golden elixir, it was the most precious treasure of the Tushita palace. It could forcibly raise an deity's cultivation by a whole realm. Even the Jade Emperor did not have the right to give it to him. You must be joking. Even I do not have the right to give you these two sacred items. Why don't you change to another elixir? The Jade Emperor tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and pretended to be helpless. Yi Xian had already expected the Jade Emperor's tactful rejection. This made his expression turn cold. He said, back then, that brat Yang Jian bullied me because of my weak cultivation. If it were not for my powerful abilities, I would have been killed by him. Chapter 278. Jade Emperor, have you forgotten that I represented the Celestial Court to fight Yang Jian back then? Now, I'm just asking for some healing items from you. Aren't you afraid that you'll disappoint the immortals of the Celestial Court? Yi Xian spoke frankly and confidently. He even used righteousness to suppress others, showing that he had nothing to fear. Your Majesty, perfected cultivator Yi is right. Please bestow the golden peach pill. Suddenly, when the immortals were silent, an immortal in a golden robe stepped out of the crowd. He first smiled kindly at Yi Xian, then bowed to the Jade Emperor. Tai Golden Immortal Zhao Gongming, one of the three immortals of Fu, Lu, and Shou, was originally a disciple of the Jie sect. He died in the Battle of Gods investiture until his true spirit was conferred as the God of Wealth by the investiture of the gods. His cultivation could never improve. Logically speaking, the investiture of the gods was in the hands of the Jade Emperor, and Zhao Gongming's life was also in the hands of the Jade Emperor. However, today, the immortals were silent, and Zhao Gongming stood on Yi Xian's side. This made the immortals' expressions change slightly. They did not know what Zhao Gongming was up to. Your Majesty, please bestow the golden peach pill. Don't disappoint us. Suddenly, a dozen immortals stepped out of the crowd. They were all immortals of the Jie sect. At this moment, they were all speaking for Yi Xian, which made the atmosphere in the Lingxiao Hall become strange. At this moment, the immortals of the Chan sect were panicking. The Jade Emperor's breath was a little chaotic. If it was only Zhao Gongming, the Jade Emperor would not think much. However, when the immortals of the Jie sect spoke in the same tone, this was a big problem. One had to know that the Battle of Gods investiture was a battle between the orthodoxies of the Chan sect and the Jie sect. In the last battle, Tong Tian set up the immortal slaying sword formation and the 10,000 immortals formation, but they were broken by the four great sages together. The Chan sect prospered, while the Jie sect fell. Tong Tian was disheartened and hid in the aquamarine palace, never to appear in the world again. His disciples were either dead or investiture. It could be said that the situation was over. However, back then, the Jie school was an extremely terrifying existence. It was even known to teach everyone regardless of their background. The Jie sect had been silent for tens of thousands of years. They had never fought for anything and had always been suppressed by the Chan sect. But today, in the celestial court, the immortals of the Jie sect had spoken up for Yi Xian. The meaning behind this was not so simple. At this moment, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and was extremely surprised. He did not know why Zhao Gongming and the others wanted to help him. However, since things had already come to this, he would let nature take its course and see what the Jade Emperor would choose. The Jade Emperor was the master of the three realms. At that moment, his expression was uncertain. It was clear that he was making a decision. It was impossible to give the 9,000-year-old peaches of immortality and the 9 transformations golden pill to Yi Xian. However, the Jade Emperor had to pay attention to the immortals of the Jie sect. Moreover, Yi Xian was not an ordinary person. If he did not handle this well, the celestial court would definitely be in turmoil. This was definitely not an outcome that he wanted to see. Immortals, you are right. Yi Xian is an important minister of the celestial court. Naturally, I will not sit by and do nothing. However, the peaches of immortality and the golden pill of immortality are the most precious treasures of the celestial court. Let me discuss with the Queen Mother before making a decision. The Jade Emperor spoke majestically and stood up from his throne. Clearly, this matter had to be discussed with the Queen Mother who was in charge of the Peach Garden. Jade Lake Sacred Ground. A large number of immortal servants were dismissed. The Jade Emperor's expression was gloomy. The Queen Mother frowned. The two of them were speechless. This made the atmosphere in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground slightly oppressive. Your Majesty, what is the background of this Yi Xian? Why is your Majesty so tolerant of him? The Queen Mother's expression was cold. Her voice was filled with confusion. I can't say. This Yi Xian's background is too shocking. If he was an ordinary person, I would have killed him long ago. However, the weapon in his hand is too terrifying. Without full confidence, I can only tolerate him for now. The Jade Emperor shook his head bitterly and let out a soft sigh. Your Majesty, This Yi Xian is obviously insatiable. The 9,000-year-old peaches of immortality are sacred items of heaven and earth. Even you and I don't dare to eat them privately. How can we really give them to this person? The Queen Mother said coldly. Of course, we can't give him the 9,000-year-old peaches of immortality. However, you and I can still make the decision for the 3,000-year-old peaches of immortality. What really worries me is the attitude of the Jia sect. The Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes. His voice was extremely gloomy. The Queen Mother's expression changed when she heard the Jade Emperor's words. She probed, "Your Majesty, does the Jia sect want to rely on this person to prosper again?" The Jade Emperor nodded. He looked beyond the 33 heavens and said with a trembling voice, "Everyone below the saint level is an ant. It's not like you don't understand this. Although we seem to be on equal footing with the three pure ones, we're just puppets in their eyes. Queen Mother, don't forget that we were just children in the Purple Cloud Palace back then. If it weren't for the destruction of the ancient celestial court during the great war of the lichas and demons, how could we have had the opportunity to become the master of the three worlds?" The Queen Mother's eyes became dazed when she heard the Jade Emperor's words. Extremely distant memories surfaced in her mind. There was even a sliver of unwillingness in her eyes. After the great war of the investiture of the gods, Tong Tian was disheartened. His disciples were all killed. However, how could this Tong Tian be willing to accept this? I'm afraid that our senior Tong Tian will use Yi Xian to start another great war of the investiture of the gods. At that time, if the celestial court is destroyed, even if you and I used to be by the Tao ancestor's side, I'm afraid we'll be involved in the immeasurable calamity and die. The Jade Emperor's voice trembled. His body trembled when he thought of the immeasurable calamity. The Queen Mother was also worried about what the Jade Emperor was worried about. This also made the Queen Mother's face turn pale. She said, "Then what should we do now? What should we do?" The Jade Emperor muttered to himself with a cold expression. He said, "The Chan school and Jia school will fight again. You and I can't get involved. Since Yi Xian wants to die, I'll grant him his wish. Doesn't he want the peach of immortality? We'll give it to him. Not only will I give him the peach of immortality, but I'll also confer him the title of the Emperor of the Celestial Court. I want to see what will happen to him when he becomes the target of public criticism." The Jade Emperor finally made up his mind. His eyes were filled with vicious murderous intent. "Your Majesty, you can just give him the peach of immortality that's 3,000 years old. But if you confer him the title of the Emperor of the Celestial Court, wouldn't he be on the same level as you? Wouldn't that make him even more arrogant?" Without waiting for the Queen Mother to finish her sentence, the Jade Emperor smiled coldly and said, "The higher you climb, the faster you'll die. You have to know that other than me, who's the master of the three realms, the other emperors all have the same cultivation level as Daluo Jingxian. He's only in the Tai realm. Let alone the immortals, even the demon kings of the lower realm won't let him go. Alright, quickly go to the Peach of Immortality garden and get the Peach of Immortality that's 3,000 years old and send it to the Lingxiao Hall. Don't waste the opportunity." The Jade Emperor finally made a decision. Then, he rode the auspicious cloud and returned to the Lingxiao Hall. This was an open conspiracy against Yi Xian. The Jade Emperor believed that he could definitely make Yi Xian die without a burial place. In fact, the Queen Mother did not know that the Jade Emperor wanted to kill Yi Xian mainly because of the Fairy of Guanghan. This was because there were rumors in the three realms that Yi Xian and the Fairy of Guanghan had an ambiguous relationship. It had become a huge gossip that kept spreading among the immortals, demons, and demons. Chapter 279. Bullfighting Palace, Lingxiao Hall. The immortals of the clan of Chan looked gloomy, but the immortals of the clan of Jia were calm. Zhao Gongming even went up to talk to Yi Xian personally. Although he was congratulating him, the immortals of the clan of Chan frowned. which immortal present hadn't lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Regardless of their cultivation, they had experienced many major events in the world. Their foresight was extremely sharp. They could already see that the clan of Jie was about to make a move. Yi Xian was as calm as a mountain. He even chatted and laughed with Zhao Gongming. He even promised Zhao Gongming that he would visit his Taoist temple as a guest when he had time. For a moment, his relationship with the clan of Jie became closer. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. This sentence was not without reason. Yi Xian was very clear. Since he was already at odds with Yang Jian, the clan of Chan saw him as a great enemy. Since the clan of Jie wanted to rope him in, he could take advantage of the situation and get closer to the clan of Jie. Just as Zhao Gongming and Yi Xian were chatting enthusiastically, the Jade Emperor finally returned. However, what surprised the immortals was that the Queen Mother, who rarely appeared in the Lingxiao Hall, was following beside the Jade Emperor. Moreover, she had a peach of immortality in her hand. Such a scene made the immortals of the clan of Chan frown. However, the immortals of the clan of Jie were all smiles. Even Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw the peach of immortality in the Queen Mother's hand. However, he still looked very calm. Minister Yi, the 9,000-year-old peach of immortality is the most precious treasure of the celestial court. The Queen Mother and I are not qualified to give it to you. However, we can still make the decision for the 3,000-year-old peach of immortality, the Jade Emperor said gently. This humble Taoist thanks your majesty and the Queen Mother. Yi Xian lightly smiled as he cupped his hands. From the beginning to the end, Yi Xian had never expected to get the 9,000-year-old peach of immortality. His real target was the 3,000-year-old peach of immortality in the Queen Mother's hands, which was also the key to him stepping into the realm of primordial unity golden immortal. A celestial maiden walked towards Yi Xian with a peach of immortality in her hand. Yi Xian took the peach from the celestial maiden and stored it in his summer space. Your Majesty, I am deeply grateful for your compassion. I will definitely do my best for the celestial court. Yi Xian naturally would not be stingy with his compliments. This was just the beginning. Once his cultivation level improved greatly, the celestial court would be his greatest treasure trove. Your Majesty, I'm seriously injured. I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian had already gotten what he wanted. Yi Xian could not be bothered to feign civility with the Jade Emperor and was about to leave. Wait. Without waiting for Yi Xian to leave, the Jade Emperor spoke out in a dignified manner, causing Yi Xian to be stunned. He turned around and looked at the Jade Emperor. He didn't know what other tricks the Jade Emperor was up to. Minister Ye's cultivation is profound, and you represented the heavenly court in the battle against Yang Jian. This also proves that Minister Ye's Tao is exceedingly powerful. The title of Demon Slayer Lord Xiansheng is truly unworthy of your family. Today, you have returned to the heavenly court, so I have the intention to give you a title. The Jade Emperor's expression was solemn and respectful, and his voice echoed in the Lingxiao Hall. The immortals looked to the side and watched coldly. Yi Xian frowned. He did not believe that the Jade Emperor would be so kind. He was afraid that the old man was plotting something again. Since the ancient celestial court was destroyed, the Queen Mother and I rebuilt the celestial court. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed. It can be said that we are physically and mentally exhausted. Today, Yi Xian's Tao is Tong Tian. He is a mighty figure of the celestial court. He can be conferred the title of East Pole Emperor and stay in the Weiyang Palace. As the Jade Emperor spoke in a dignified manner, an immortal official walked towards Yi Xian with a green emperor's robe in his hands. A golden talisman rose in the Lingxiao Hall. The words East Pole Emperor turned into a dazzling golden light and spread in all directions. Seal. A scroll of investiture of the gods suddenly appeared in the Jade Emperor's hands. Without waiting for the immortals to stop him, the Jade Emperor wrote down Yi Xian's name with a golden brush and directly conferred his title on the investiture of the gods. East Pole Emperor, why don't you hurry up and accept the decree, the Jade Emperor said with a smile. Your Majesty, you can't. The immortals suddenly came to their senses and cried out in shock. Jade Emperor, the Emperor of the Celestial Court, is of utmost importance. Although Yi Xian's Tao is impressive, how can he be qualified for the position of East Pole Emperor, the Longevity Immortal Venerable said with a frown. Your Majesty, since the establishment of the Celestial Court, there have only been 3 emperors. All of them had the cultivation of Daoyuo Jingxian and were revered by the people of the 3 realms. If Yi Daoyu is promoted to the position of East Pole Emperor, I'm afraid the people of the 3 realms will not accept it, Grand Preceptor One said solemnly. As the 2 great immortals of the Celestial Court spoke, the other immortals also responded. Clearly, this matter was too far-fetched. Even though Yi Xian's Tao techniques and divine abilities were extraordinary, and he was even on par with Yang Jian, the title of the Eastern Emperor was no small matter. This was an honorific title that was on par with the 12 golden immortals of the ancient times. Unfortunately, no matter how the immortals persuaded, the Jade Emperor remained unmoved. His attitude was even more unyielding. I have given orders to the heavens and am the master of the 3 realms. As the saying goes, I have a golden mouth and jade words. I have already conferred Yi Xian the title of East Pole Emperor and even branded his name on the investiture of the gods. How can I change it just like that? This matter is decided. You don't have to persuade me anymore. After saying that, the Jade Emperor stood up from his throne and left the Lingxiao Hall, not giving the immortals a chance to refute. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was gloomy. He looked at the Jade Emperor's departing figure with a cold glint in his eyes. East Pole Emperor. What a great title. Throughout the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man, he, Yi Xian, was actually the emperor. Not to mention the immortals, even Yi Xian himself was caught off guard. However, Yi Xian was not overjoyed at all. This was because he knew very well that if he had Daoyuo Jingxian's cultivation, this title would be enough. However, he was only in the Grand Unity realm now. If he were to become the East Pole Emperor, all the immortals and demons would definitely be displeased. Since ancient times, reputation was the most harmful. Yi Xian understood this very well. This was the Jade Emperor's plan to kill with a borrowed knife. However, what was done could not be undone. It was too late for Yi Xian to refuse. He could only suffer in silence. Yi Xian turned around and left. He did not stay in the Lingxiao Hall for even a moment. Since the Jade Emperor wanted to kill him, he was not someone to be trifled with. Let's see whose method was better. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. As the Jade Emperor's conferment spread throughout the 3 realms, all the immortals and demons in the 3 realms began to discuss it. Those with weaker cultivation levels naturally heard the gossip. However, there were also mighty figures like the Tong Tian who were disdainful of Yi Xian. Regardless, Yi Xian becoming the East Pole Emperor was already a foregone conclusion. This also caused his reputation to soar. He was known by all the living beings in the 3 realms. In the chaotic cloud palace. The palace had no roof. The sky was filled with stars. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the middle of the chaotic cloud palace. Under the illumination of the stars that filled the sky, he looked spotless and had an otherworldly temperament. An immortal peach appeared in Yi Xian's hand. It was emitting a round immortal light. A fragrance filled the entire chaotic cloud palace. Chapter 280. Dozens of breaths later, Yi Xian put the peach into his mouth without any hesitation. The sweet juice filled Yi Xian's mouth and instantly turned into a terrifying immortal energy that spread to his limbs and veins. Buzz! The tiny immortal light spread out, distorting the space around Yi Xian. He made a gesture with both hands and kept running the immortal scripture to refine the enormous immortal energy in his body. At this moment, his cultivation base of late-stage Tai Xian Immortal skyrocketed. 7 days and 7 nights passed. Yi Xian's aura became stronger and stronger, and the milky white Tai Immortal light was undergoing a qualitative change. Rumble. The immortal light was like water, rippling in all directions. With the entire chaotic cloud palace as the center, the terrifying Tai golden light spread toward the 8 laws void. The chaotic cloud palace shook violently, attracting the attention of the immortals from the heaven realm. They could not help but sigh in their hearts. Yi Xian's talent was too terrifying. In just 7 days, he had become a Tai golden immortal with the help of a 3,000-year-old peach of immortality. If it were in the past, the immortals from the clan of enlightenment would have come to congratulate him. But now, how would they dare to befriend Yi Xian? However, when Yi Xian became a Tai golden immortal, the immortals from the clan of enlightenment went to the chaotic cloud palace to congratulate Yi Xian. This also made the immortals of the clan of enlightenment look on indifferently. In the chaotic cloud palace. After sending away the immortals from the clan of enlightenment, Yi Xian naturally accepted their various immortal pills and elixirs. He once again filled his Sumeru space and sat alone in the chaotic cloud palace, lost in his thoughts. A 3,000-year-old peach of immortality is indeed extraordinary. It directly helped me to become a Tai golden immortal. Yi Xian muttered to himself, but there was no joy on his face. Logically speaking, it was a happy thing for Yi Xian to become a Tai golden immortal so quickly. But Yi Xian was not satisfied. Yi Xian knew that although primordial unity golden immortals were powerful in the celestial court, they were nothing to the sect of enlightenment. Yang Jian was an overarching heaven golden immortal. If he recovered from his injuries and entered the realm of Daoyuo Jingxian, the first person he would kill would be Meng Qi. Among the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect, the weakest one was a primordial unity golden immortal, and Neza, the great god of the 3 altars, who was on good terms with Yang Jian, was also an overarching heaven Xian immortal. Although Yi Xian had the heavenly punishing halberd in his hand and wasn't afraid of the third-generation disciples of the Chan school, these people were still a huge problem. Only by quickly stepping into the all-heaven realm would he be able to truly compete with the third-generation disciples of the Chan school. Wine. Immortal light glowed and the Sumeru space opened. A blood-colored diagram floated in the void. The Styx diagram. This was something that the Blood River Patriarch had given to Yi Xian before he entered the Earth Immortal realm. He had also told Yi Xian that as long as he brought the Styx diagram to the Nether River Patriarch, Yi Xian would definitely be able to enter the realm of Daoyuo Jingxian within 10,000 years. However, ever since Yi Xian entered the Earth Immortal realm, he had been embroiled in all kinds of disputes. It was only now that he took out the Styx diagram and studied it carefully. The blood-colored lines, the aura was dark, and there was also an extremely violent aura rippling within the Styx diagram. This was what Yi Xian felt from the Styx diagram. The Daoyuo Jingxian. These 4 simple words made Yi Xian extremely moved. However, Yi Xian wasn't stupid. He knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The Blood River Patriarch wasn't a kind person either. How could he be so kind as to give him such a great opportunity? The most important question was, who was the Nether River Patriarch? The Nether River Patriarch was also known as the Nether River Patriarch. He once said that as long as the Blood Sea didn't dry up, the Nether River wouldn't die. Since the primordial world was created, there was the Nether Blood Sea in Hell. In the Nether Blood Sea, a placenta was born. Later on, he became the Nether River Patriarch. He had great magical powers and became the Azura tribe. He had several disciples. They were, Freedom Heaven, Bo Sun, Desire Heaven, Brahma, Shiva, and so on. During the Great Magi-Demon War of the Primordial Age, the Witch tribe was powerful. The Azura tribe didn't leave the Blood Sea and focused on cultivation. In the Nether Blood Sea, there was a placenta. The Nether River Patriarch was born in it. He was born with 2 swords, Un2 and Abi. The placenta turned into a 12th grade blood lotus, also known as the 12th grade red lotus of karmic fire. Together with the 12th grade golden lotus of the Western Taoist and the 12th grade black lotus of the demon ancestor Luoho, they were formed from the 36th grade chaos lotus. Yi Xian concluded that the Nether River Patriarch had the Un2 and Abi swords, a 12th grade blood lotus, and 480 million blood god illusions. He had 4 demon kings and thousands of Azura tribe members under him. He could set up the Blood River formation. The sect that the Nether River Patriarch founded was called Kill. Kill heaven, kill earth, and kill all life. Therefore, the Nether River Patriarch was also called the Nether River Patriarch. It was such a Tongtian character. Although he wasn't a saint, his cultivation was already boundless. Yi Xian was just a puny primordial unity golden immortal who had no karma with the Nether River Patriarch. Could he really get the Nether River Patriarch's help and help him step into the Daoyuo Jingxian with just a word from the Blood River? If Yi Xian really did that, he would scold himself for being an idiot. He was afraid that the Nether River Patriarch would turn him into a blood god illusionary as soon as he met him. That path was not feasible for the time being. Yi Xian didn't want to take the risk and could only gradually improve his cultivation. When he stepped into the Daoyuo Jingxian, he would have the ability to protect himself. Perhaps the Nether River diagram would be his true opportunity. Yi Xian waved his hand and put the Nether River diagram into his Sumera space. He then fell into deep thought, thinking about how to improve his cultivation quickly. Now that he had stepped into the realm of primordial unity golden immortal, it would take him a long time to break through to the all-heaven realm in a short time unless he consumed the peach of immortality golden pill. Primordial unity golden immortal. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed through them. There were many primordial unity golden immortals in the celestial court, and Yi Xian cultivated the tribulation transcender technique, which allowed him to devour the immortal Tao fruit. This made Yi Xian think about the immortals of the celestial court. Yi Xian was a cautious person on the path of cultivation, but he was also a crazy person. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. If he wanted to improve his cultivation quickly, he had to take some risks. Therefore, he also set his eyes on the Chan sect. Longevity Immortal Palace. Recently, the Longevity Immortal Venerable was very irritated, and the reason for his irritation was Yi Xian. Originally, with his efforts, Yi Xian was bound to be the new star of the Chan sect. However, after the battle between Yang Jian and him, Yi Xian was completely pushed to the opposite side. Although the Longevity Immortal Venerable had lived for a long time, his cultivation could only be said to be mediocre. He couldn't go against Yang Jian for Yi Xian, so he could only choose to draw a clear line with Yi Xian. On this day, the Longevity Immortal Venerable was drinking tea in the Dao Palace, which was something he had to do every day. However, a jade slip with immortal light emerged from the void, which made the Longevity Immortal Venerable's expression change. He held the jade slip in his hand. This jade slip was something he had given to Yi Xian in the past. It was also a means of communication between the two of them. However, the Longevity Immortal Venerable didn't expect that this jade slip would appear here. He sank his divine sense into the jade slip. After more than 10 breaths, the Longevity Immortal Venerable withdrew his divine sense. He frowned slightly, but still sighed. He rode an auspicious cloud out of the Longevity Immortal Palace and went to the lower realm. Chapter 281. Cloud Gazing Mountain, Ao Lai, Earth Immortal Realm. Cloud Gazing Mountain was adjacent to the East Sea and was 1,000,000 miles away from Mount Huagua. It was just a nameless mountain, occupied by some small demons, whose highest cultivation was only at the combination realm. There was a pavilion on the top of the mountain, looming in the sea of clouds, making it look hazy and illusory. There was a stone table, 2 stone stools, and a pot of immortal tea on the stone table. Clear spring water was boiling in the pot, and soon, the fragrance of tea drifted out of the pot. "Since you're here, why don't you come in and have a chat? Am I so disdainful of you?" Yi Xian smiled, picked up the jade pot and filled the cup with tea. When he opened and closed his eyes, he looked at the void in front of him. "My friend, it's not that I want to cut ties with you, but you really shouldn't have offended junior brother Yang Jian." Longevity Immortal Venerable sighed and appeared from the void. He entered the pavilion and sat opposite Yi Xian. "Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. Not only did Yang Jian humiliate me, he even wanted to kill me in the heavenly court. Could it be that little brother has to wait for death and let him kill me?" Yi Xian said with a bitter expression. Alas! The Longevity Immortal Sovereign let out a long sigh. He knew that Yi Xian wasn't wrong, but what had already happened couldn't be changed. "A worthy younger brother, you invited me here today, and I came as promised. It's also because of our past friendship. If you can listen to my advice, go with me to Jade Spring Mountain's Golden Clouds Cave and ask for forgiveness from Martial Uncle Yuding." As the Longevity Immortal Venerable spoke up to hear, he looked at Yi Xian's expression and discovered that the other party was still smiling. Then, he continued to advise, "Although Martial Uncle Yuding is Yang Jian's master, he's a great Luo Golden Immortal. His temperament is extremely calm. If he were to speak up, he would definitely be able to turn your hostility with junior brother Yang Jian into friendship." Looking at the Longevity Immortal Venerable bitterly trying to persuade him, Yi Xian smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, this little brother appreciates your good intentions. It's just that our paths are different and we can't work together. Even if this little brother is willing to bow down to Yang Jian, how could he let this little brother go?" Hearing Yi Xian's words, Longevity Immortal Venerable's face lit up, thinking that Yi Xian had the intention to reconcile. He hurriedly said, "A worthy younger brother, don't worry. My junior brother Yang Jian respects Martial Uncle Yuding the most. As long as Martial Uncle Yuding says something, even if he hates you, he can only let it go. Fellow Taoist, let's not talk about the grudge between me and Yang Jian today. I asked you to come here today because I want to talk about the relationship between you and me." Yi Xian personally poured tea for the Longevity Immortal Sovereign, then raised the jade cup in his hand and downed the immortal tea in one gulp. Then, he looked at the Longevity Immortal Sovereign and said, "Little brother will use tea in place of wine to toast you, fellow Taoist. A worthy younger brother, are you really not going to think about it?" Longevity Immortal Venerable frowned and did not drink the tea in the cup. He looked at Yi Xian with a touch of disappointment. "Some people are born enemies and can never be changed. Between me and Yang Jian, only one can survive. Even if he has the backing of Chan sect, I have no fear." Yi Xian's smile was no longer there. His voice was resolute and decisive, which made Longevity Immortal Venerable sigh helplessly. He raised the jade cup in his hand and drank the tea in one gulp. "A worthy younger brother, since you have made the decision, I can't continue to persuade you. However, I am a third-generation disciple of Chan sect. After drinking this cup of tea, we will break off all ties. If you do anything to harm Chan sect in the future, don't blame me for not taking into account our friendship." Longevity Immortal Venerable threw the jade cup on the stone table with a touch of disappointment on his face. He stood up at this moment and was obviously going to return to the celestial court. "The Kuei water essence is the root of harm. Brother, please leave it here." Suddenly, without waiting for Longevity Immortal Venerable to leave, Yi Xian poured himself another cup of tea and drank it calmly and leisurely. When he opened his eyes, he looked at Longevity Immortal Venerable with a cold and emotionless gaze. Poof! A mouthful of golden blood spurted out from Longevity Immortal Venerable's mouth. His face changed drastically as he turned around to look at Yi Xian. However, all he saw was Yi Xian's cold and emotionless gaze. "Yi Xian. You, poof. 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 3 mouthfuls of golden blood were spat out. Longevity Immortal Venerable tried his best to activate his immortal skill, but he could not suppress the extremely horrifying yin qi in his body. This caused him to fall onto the stone bench powerlessly. He looked at Yi Xian with an extremely resentful gaze. Kuei. Kuei water essence. You. How could you have such a thing? Longevity Immortal Venerable's face was pale as blood flowed out of his mouth continuously. Even though he was a primordial unity golden immortal, he could not suppress the Kuei water essence from spreading wildly in his body. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was expressionless. He took a sip of the immortal tea in his cup and said in a calm voice, "Naturally, I don't have the Kuei water essence. However, it doesn't mean that others don't have it." Ha! Suddenly, the void surged, and immortal light appeared. Zhao Gongming appeared, looking at the Longevity Immortal Venerable with a cold murderous look. "Fellow Taoist Longevity, I'm really sorry. The East Pole Emperor asked me for the Kuei water essence. Even though you and I are both great immortals of the Celestial Court, I dare not disobey the orders of the Emperor." Zhao Gongming laughed coldly as his eyes were filled with pride. Zhao Gongming. You. How dare you do this? Are you trying to start a war between the Chan sect and Jie sect? The Longevity Immortal Venerable's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. He wanted to stand up, but under the effect of the Kuei water essence, he could not even mobilize a trace of immortal power. "There's nothing for you to do here. You can go back." Without waiting for Zhao Gongming to reply, Yi Xian spoke calmly, causing Zhao Gongming's expression to change slightly. Then, he bowed to Yi Xian and said, "Emperor, don't forget your promise to the Jie sect. You talk too much nonsense." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as a cold killing intent appeared around him. Zhao Gongming's expression changed as he laughed ingratiatingly before turning into a streak of light and disappearing. Yi Xian. Why? Why? The Longevity Immortal Venerable clenched his fists tightly as his face flushed red. He had never thought that Yi Xian would join forces with Zhao Gongming to kill him. Why? Yi Xian muttered to himself and then laughed self-deprecatingly. He looked at the Longevity Immortal Venerable with a hint of pity in his eyes. The reason is very simple. It's because I don't want to die. I want to live well in the 3 realms. I want to ascend to the 9 heavens step by step and trample the Jade Emperor under my feet. If possible, I want to become a saint and become an ancestor. I want to compete with the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West for the great Tao. Yi Xian's voice was very calm, so calm that it didn't have the slightest ripple. However, when the Longevity Immortal Sovereign heard it, his expression greatly changed, and he looked at Yi Xian with an extremely terrified expression. The Longevity Immortal Venerable had never thought that Yi Xian's ambition would be so great. It was so great that it was unimaginable. Could it be that Yi Xian was a lunatic? Do you know what you are talking about? The Longevity Immortal Venerable asked in a trembling voice. Yi Xian slowly got up and came to the Longevity Immortal Venerable. He bowed solemnly and said, "Taoist brother, there is no enmity between us. Since I entered the Celestial Court, you have taken good care of me. I have always remembered it." After Yi Xian said this, his voice paused for a moment before he continued, "It's just that our paths are different and we don't work together. Little brother is already like fire and water with the Chan school, and Taoist brother is a grand unity golden immortal. Only by devouring your cultivation will I be able to advance further. Yi Xian, you are a wolf with wild ambitions. Even if you kill me, you will not have a good ending. The disciples of the Clan of Enlightenment will not let you go." The Longevity Immortal Venerable roared angrily. At this time, Yi Xian smiled. He pointed to the Mount of Huagua millions of miles away and said calmly, "Taoist brother, there are 72 demon kings in the Mount of Huagua. They are a terrifying force in the Dongxing Divine Continent. Cloud-Gazing Mountain is one of the mountains under their jurisdiction. There are thousands of small demons in the mountain. No one will know that you were killed by me, and the real murderer is also one of the 72 demon kings. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the Longevity Immortal Venerable's eyes turned red and blood flowed out of his mouth. His heart was full of hatred. Taoist brother, you can go in peace. Give your cultivation to me. If I become a saint in the future and become an ancestor, I will certainly reverse the origin of time and space and give you a future body. Pfft. Yi Xian made his move calmly. His jade-like palm pierced through the Longevity Immortal Venerable's heart and crushed it. The extremely terrifying primordial golden light spread out and annihilated the Longevity Immortal Venerable's spirit in an instant. Yi Xian, you will die a horrible death. At the last moment of his life, the Longevity Immortal Venerable roared at Yi Xian. But before he could finish his words, his body exploded into a mist of blood, and an extremely majestic immortal force violently poured into Yi Xian's head. Tribulation Immortal Technique. Yi Xian's voice was cold and emotionless. He sat cross-legged on the mountain peak and operated the immortal scripture to frantically refine the Longevity Immortal Venerable's cultivation. A full month passed. When Yi Xian opened his eyes, the primordial golden light around him was extremely bright. At this moment, he had broken through to the middle stage of primordial unity golden immortal. Sure enough, devouring an immortal of the same level can increase my cultivation by a terrifying amount. Yi Xian murmured to himself, a touch of blood quietly flashing across his eyes. Today, Yi Xian killed the Longevity Immortal Venerable and devoured his cultivation, but he did not feel the slightest bit guilty. Yes, the Longevity Immortal Venerable had never been Yi Xian's enemy, but there was no reason in this cruel world. Yi Xian knew that if he wanted to ascend to the 9 heavens, he had to abandon his humble heart of pity. Moreover, the Longevity Immortal Venerable was a member of the Chan sect and would definitely be his stumbling block in the future. There was no difference between killing him now and killing him in the future. The Longevity Immortal Venerable was not wrong, and neither was Yi Xian. It was only this cruel world that was wrong. Yi Xian did not want to die, nor did he want to become someone else's stepping stone. He could only climb to the top step by step and look down on all living things, because there was no retreat behind him. If he wanted to achieve his goal, he would have to pile up endless corpses of immortals and gods under his feet. Then, he would start with the Longevity Immortal Venerable. Chapter 282. At the peak of Cloud-Gazing Mountain. Yi Xian was surrounded by immortal light. He smiled and woke up from his thoughts. He knew that it was time for him to take action. He was afraid that Longevity Immortal Venerable's soul had been destroyed and the people of Chan's sect had already found out. What Yi Xian wanted to do was very simple. He wanted to frame Longevity Immortal Venerable's death on the demon kings of the 72 caves of Huagua Mountain and trigger a war between the Celestial Court and Huagua Mountain. Rumble. The Tai golden light soared into the sky. It could be sensed from thousands of miles away. It lasted for 10 breaths of time. When Yi Xian's Dharma eyes saw the demonic mist that filled the sky surging towards him from 1,000,000 miles away, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a sneer as he silently disappeared. At the same time, in the Longevity Immortal Palace of the Celestial Court. Bang! Longevity Immortal Venerable's soul tablet exploded. The expression of the Taoist child who was guarding the tablet changed drastically. He screamed and ran out of the palace like crazy. Something happened, something big happened. For a moment, the Celestial Court was in chaos. Countless immortals of Chan's sect rushed into the Longevity Immortal Palace. When they saw Longevity Immortal Venerable's broken soul tablet, every immortal of Chan's sect looked gloomy. An unimaginable killing intent erupted around them. If the soul tablet existed, the Tao fruit would exist. If the soul tablet was broken, the soul would be destroyed and the Tao would disappear. In the war of the investiture of the gods, many immortals and gods had fallen. The people of Chan's sect created the soul tablet to know which immortals had died in the calamity. Not every immortal had a soul tablet, but Longevity Immortal Venerable was a third-generation disciple of Chan's sect. Naturally, he was different from those lesser immortals. His soul tablet was placed in the Longevity Immortal Palace. But today, his soul tablet was broken, which proved that Longevity Immortal Venerable had died. This incident not only alarmed the immortals of Chan's sect, but also the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. Inside the Longevity Immortal Palace, the Jade Emperor's face was livid. He gritted his teeth. The immortals of Chan's sect were even more murderous. An extremely oppressive atmosphere was growing in the Longevity Immortal Palace. The Jade Emperor couldn't wait to kill Longevity Immortal Venerable. But at this moment, the Jade Emperor was Immortal Venerable's death by. The Longevity Immortal Venerable was a great immortal of the heavenly court. If the Jade Emperor did not give the Chan school an explanation, the disciples of the Chan school would probably go crazy. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Jing also looked solemn. He quickly left the Longevity Immortal Palace and gathered the 4 heavenly kings, the 28 mansions, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the 9 brilliant Star Lord, and 100,000 heavenly soldiers in front of the southern heaven gate. Jade Emperor. All of a sudden, a thunderous sound came from the sky. Fiery clouds rolled over, and the endless void buzzed. Before the immortals and the Jade Emperor could react, a handsome young man was rushing toward the Longevity Immortal Palace with the fire-tipped spear in his hand while stepping on the firestorm wheels. Neza. He was the disciple of Tai Zhenren, one of the 12 ancient golden immortals. He was one of the best among the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect. He was an overarching heaven mystic immortal, only slightly weaker than his senior brother Yang Jian. Boom! Neza landed in the Longevity Immortal Palace. His handsome face was extremely pale. He stared at the Jade Emperor and shouted angrily, "Jade Emperor, senior brother Longevity is a great immortal of the celestial court. I can't believe he died in the lower realm. If you don't give me an explanation, I won't let this go." Normally, Neza wouldn't be so rude. After all, the Jade Emperor was the lord of the 3 realms. However, Neza and the Longevity Immortal Venerable were too close. The death of the Longevity Immortal Venerable drove him crazy. The last bit of respect he had for the Jade Emperor was gone. Not only Neza, but the immortals of the Chan sect also looked gloomy. If they weren't suppressing their anger, they would have attacked the Jade Emperor together. "I'm the lord of the 3 realms. A demon from the lower realm dared to kill the Longevity Immortal Venerable. No matter who he is, I won't let him go. My condolences." It wasn't that the Jade Emperor couldn't bear the anger of the immortals of the Chan sect. It was just that he couldn't bear it. The celestial court would be in chaos, and the 3 realms would laugh at him. If he provoked the 12 ancient golden immortals, his reputation would plummet. "Neza, your father has already led 100,000 heavenly soldiers to the lower realm. However, the person who killed the Longevity Immortal Venerable must have an extraordinary cultivation. I need you to help him," the Jade Emperor said majestically. Neza didn't waste any time. He rode the flying fire wheel and rushed to the southern heaven gate. No matter who killed the Longevity Immortal Venerable, he would make that person pay an unimaginable price. The southern heaven gate. 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, the 28 mansions, 9 brilliant Star Lord, 6 Ding and 6 Jia, and the 4 heavenly kings had all gathered in front of the southern heaven gate. Pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing held the 7-colored exquisite pagoda in his hand and waved a Dharma flag in the sky. Yellow scarf strongmen beat war drums and golden clouds covered the sky under the feet of 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Xiongli, one of the monster kings of the 72 caves of Mount Huagua, was nicknamed Herculean Bear King. He was a grand unity mystic immortal and ranked very low among the monster kings of the 72 caves. Today, it was Herculean Bear King's turn to lead 10,000 lesser demons to patrol the region. What puzzled him was that there was an immortal light soaring into the sky from Cloud-Gazing Mountain. This naturally made him feel indignant. He didn't know which immortal dared to display his cultivation in such an unbridled manner in the territory of Mount Huagua, which made him lead 10,000 lesser demons to Cloud-Gazing Mountain. The monster kings of the 72 caves of Mount Huagua. Everything within the region was their territory. They didn't even care about the immortals of the celestial court in Mount Huagua. After all, they had an extremely close relationship with the great saint of the past. Herculean Bear King had been living a carefree life for tens of thousands of years. When he had nothing to do, he would drink and have fun with the other monster kings of Mount Huagua. Even the immortals of the celestial court had to address him as fellow Taoist. This made Xiongli feel even more proud. When Herculean Bear King led 10,000 monster kings to the peak of Mount Cloud-Gazing, his expression changed drastically when he looked over. A large number of monster kings had died tragically on the peak of Mount Cloud-Gazing. There was also a pool of golden blood that stained the peak. It was extremely dazzling when one looked at it. It was obviously the blood of an immortal. While Herculean Bear King was puzzled, he saw golden light blotting out the sky above. The rumbling of war drums resounded in all directions. 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were marching toward Mount Cloud-Gazing. Chapter 283. How dare you! The heavenly might was vast and immortal light shone down. When Li Jing led 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to stand in the sky, an earth-shattering roar was heard. Who are you from the mortal world? How dare you plot against the longevity immortal venerable of the celestial court? Dhritarashtra roared majestically. The Dharma treasure in his hand shone with terrifying immortal light. It looked like he would kill King Herculean Bear and his 10,000 demons at any moment. This scene caused the Bear King's expression to change drastically. He had never imagined that so many heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals would appear here. Could it be that the heavenly court wanted to declare war on Mount Huagua? I'm King Herculean Bear of Mount Huagua. I've never seen the longevity immortal venerable. How could I plot against him? King Herculean Bear bowed. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. However, his body was tense and there was panic in his eyes. He felt like he had fallen into a trap. As King Herculean Bear's voice reached Li Jing and the others' ears, their expressions changed slightly. They did not expect the Demon King below to be the Demon King of Mount Huagua. Obviously, things had become a little tricky. Heavenly King, the longevity immortal venerable has indeed died here. Suddenly, the Xiantian celestial official walked over with the Xiantian mirror in his hand. The surface of the mirror shone with immortal light and shone directly on the peak of Mount Huagua. The pool of golden blood was extremely dazzling. It's indeed that bastard. Li Jing said coldly. He looked at King Herculean Bear with an extremely cold murderous intent. However, he forced himself to hold back and did not take down King Herculean Bear immediately. Heavenly King, I know a little about King Herculean Bear. He's one of the demon kings of the 72 caves of Mount Huagua. Although his ranking is low, he's undoubtedly the demon king of Mount Huagua. Aqua Star Lord reminded in a low voice. When Mount Huagua was mentioned, everyone fell silent. There was a great deal of fear in their eyes. Not to mention the fact that the fighting immortal Buddha was from Huagua Mountain, even the demon kings of the 72 grottos were extremely terrifying. Each demon king had a powerful mystique. If he took down the Bear King today, Huagua Mountain would not let him off easily. Heavenly King, should we report this to the Jade Emperor first? Dhritarashtra probed. At this moment, Li Jing's expression was troubled. He had never thought that the death of the longevity immortal venerable was actually related to the flower fruit mountain. As the saying goes, a slight move in one part will affect the whole situation. It was very easy to take down the Herculean Bear King, but what followed was the confrontation between the demons of the flower fruit mountain and the celestial court. Whine. Suddenly, the fire clouds that covered the sky and the earth rolled over. The killing intent that lingered in the world swept over. Before Li Jing could make a decision, a thunderous roar sounded. "Insolent evildoer, how dare you plot against my senior brother Changsheng? Die!" Space collapsed while heavenly flames coiled around it. The universe ring that was 30 kilometers in size smashed down from the sky. The terrifying all-heaven immortal radiance rippled through the heavens and the earth. Before the Herculean Bear King could react, it directly exploded into a mist of blood and killed all the lesser demons. Bang! The entire cloud-gazing mountain was reduced to ashes by Neza's furious attack. His figure also appeared in the void, and his face was filled with unimaginable rage. "Neza, you..." Li Jing's expression changed. He had never thought that his son would be so reckless. Humph. Unfortunately, even though Li Jing was Neza's father, the father and son had always been at odds. It was all because Neza had caused a ruckus in the sea back then, and the Dragon King of the East Ocean had questioned him and asked Li Jing to hand over Neza. There had also been the tragedy of Neza cutting his bones and flesh to return to his mother. "Dao Lord, you're too reckless. This demon is the Demon King of the Flower Fruit Mountain. Even if you want to kill him, you should punish him first." Dhritarashtra sighed, knowing that something big was about to happen. Flower Fruit Mountain? Neza was stunned. Then, he sneered and said, "So what if that monkey is Daoyuo Jingxian? If he dares to kill a disciple of Chan's school, he will have to bear the anger of Chan's school. Great God of the three seas, you're really impressive." Tong Tian moved the ground, and demonic chi filled the sky. An unimaginable demonic light covered the sky. Demonic clouds rolled over 1,000,000 miles away, and 1,000,000 demon soldiers rushed toward Neza and the others. On top of the demonic clouds, there was a Taoist in a green robe. His face was purple, and he had 2 horns on his head. His 2 dragon whiskers fluttered in the wind, and the demonic light around him was extremely bright. He was actually an overarching heaven Xian immortal. He was the 3rd demon king of the 72 caves of the Flower Fruit Mountain, the Purple Dragon King. The Purple Dragon King was the crown prince of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. Tens of thousands of years ago, he had betrayed the Southern Sea Dragon Palace for some unknown reason and entered the Flower Fruit Mountain. He was a famous existence even in the Dongxing Divine Continent. "Purple Dragon King, it's you." As an overarching heaven Xian immortal, Neza naturally knew this demon. However, Neza was not afraid at all. His eyes were filled with coldness. "You killed the demon king of the Flower Fruit Mountain. Today, you won't be able to leave." The Purple Dragon King hated immortals the most, and he did not want to ask for the reason. Since the Celestial Court dared to attack the Flower Fruit Mountain, he would fight with them. Set up the formation. The Tongtian demon flag swayed in the sky. The roars of countless demons reverberated in all directions. The vast power was extremely terrifying. "Kill!" Neza took the lead. The fire-tipped spear pierced through the void, bringing along endless heavenly fire as he charged towards the Purple Dragon King. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The Purple Dragon King roared ferociously. He instantly transformed into his original purple dragon form and spat out a mouthful of Kuein water from his mouth. He directly clashed with Neza in the endless sky. At this stage, excessive words were just nonsense. 1,000,000 demon soldiers charged over. The Tongtian demon flag swayed in the sky. 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals set up the heavenly cycle star formation. The 2 sides were completely engaged in battle. The sky collapsed. Immortal light was mournful and demonic light pierced through the sky. As the saying went, since ancient times, immortals and demons could not coexist. This battle caused the sky to collapse and the earth to shatter. The mountains and rivers were shattered. Millions of miles of heaven and earth were turned into ashes. Countless celestial soldiers and demons spilled their blood in the sky. Celestial Court, Weiyang Palace. The East Pole Emperor's Dao Field was also Yi Xian's current residence. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the Weiyang Palace. A pair of Dharma eyes shone through the void. He was focused on the first battle between the Celestial Court and Huagua Mountain. Emperor, you are indeed capable. You only killed the longevity Immortal Venerable and provoked a battle between the two sides. I'm afraid the Chan School and the Demon Kings of Huagua Mountain will fight to the death this time. Zhao Gongming smiled sinisterly. When did I kill the longevity Immortal Venerable? Yi Xian retracted his Dharma eyes and looked at Zhao Gongming coldly. Looking at Yi Xian's gloomy face, Zhao Gongming suddenly came to his senses. He smiled obsequiously and said, yes, yes, yes. I was talking nonsense. The longevity Immortal Venerable died in the hands of the Demon Kings of Huagua Mountain. It has nothing to do with you, Emperor. Zhao Gongming, you have to remember that you can eat pills carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. If there is a next time, don't blame me for falling out with you, Yi Xian said gloomily. Yes, yes, yes. I will remember. Chapter 284. Zhao Gongming did not dare to neglect and bowed to Yi Xian. Although both of them were primordial unity golden immortals, Zhao Gongming knew that if the East Emperor wanted to kill him, he would definitely not be his opponent. After all, the East Emperor was a terrifying existence who could fight evenly with Yang Jian when he was just a primordial unity Xian immortal. Moreover, whether the Jie sect could be revived or not depended on Yi Xian. Therefore, he did not dare to offend Yi Xian. Emperor, the war between the two sides has already begun. However, in the end, both sides will suffer losses. What should we do next? Zhao Gongming asked seriously. Yi Xian's face was expressionless. He shook his head slowly and said, let's just wait and see. The real headache should be the old Jade Emperor. Whether it is the anger of the Chan sect or the hostility of the Huagua Mountain, he is in the middle of it. If he doesn't solve it well, his throne will be in danger. Emperor, although we promised you that we will help you seize the throne of the Jade Emperor, you should know that the Jade Emperor's cultivation is not simple. I'm afraid. Zhao Gongming said hesitantly. You want to say that the Jade Emperor's cultivation is at least Daluo Jingxian and I'm just a primordial unity golden immortal. Even if I started the war between the Celestial Court and the Huagua Mountain, it will be difficult to shake his throne. Yi Xian said calmly. I don't dare. Zhao Gongming smiled awkwardly. However, the expression on his face showed that he thought so. You are all wrong. Yi Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He looked at Zhao Gongming with a strange expression. The most terrifying thing about the Jade Emperor is not his cultivation, but his shrewdness and scheming. He's the dignified lord of the three realms, and his cultivation is at least at the level of Daluo Jingxian. But it's precisely such a person who hasn't revealed himself for hundreds of thousands of years. He's tolerated the immortals, indulged the demon kings of the lower realms, and was able to remain composed when faced with the ridicule of the living beings of the three realms. At this point, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and continued, do you still remember that the monkey was only in the realm of Tai back then, but he destroyed the Lingxiao palace in front of him. Yet, he was so scared that he hid under the table and asked for help from Duobao Rulai in the west. Just this forbearance alone is incomparable to an ordinary person. The mighty Daluo Jingxian is the paragon of the three realms. If he wanted to kill that monkey, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. Yet, he was able to endure to such an extent. This is the most terrifying person. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhao Gongming's face turned pale. Only then did he realize how terrifying the Jade Emperor was. There aren't many Daoyuo Jingxian in the three realms of heaven, earth, and man, but there are definitely many of them. Just the Chan school and Jie school alone have many of them. But why did the Jade Emperor sit on the position of the Lord of the Three Realms? Or do you think that the three pure ones don't want their disciples to sit on the position of the Lord of the Three Realms? Yi Xian spoke frankly. He understood very clearly that although the Jade Emperor seemed weak and incompetent, he definitely couldn't be underestimated. Otherwise, how could he have controlled the three realms for hundreds of thousands of years? This time, in the battle between the Celestial Court and Huagua Mountain, if I'm not wrong, the Celestial Court and Huagua Mountain will eventually reach a settlement. The Jade Emperor will also personally apologize to the immortals of the Chan school. The Jade Emperor doesn't care about the so-called dignity at all. The Jade Emperor is the Lord of the Three Realms after all. If he personally apologizes to the Chan school must give him face, Yi Xian said firmly. Then wouldn't our plan be ruined? Zhao Gongming's expression changed slightly as he said unwillingly. At that moment, Yi Xian smiled strangely and said in a low voice, although the Jade Emperor is very shrewd, he is not without a weakness. His weakness will gradually cause him to die without a burial ground. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhao Gongming was energized. He was about to ask Yi Xian what the Jade Emperor's weakness was, but he swallowed his words. He knew what he should ask and what he shouldn't ask. Go and do what I told you to do. Yi Xian ordered him to leave. Imperial Emperor, I'll take my leave. Zhao Gongming bowed and retreated. Then, he rode an auspicious cloud out of the Weiyang Palace. At that moment, Yi Xian slowly stood up. When he opened his eyes, a cold look flashed across his eyes. The Jade Emperor's weakness is this fairy Guanghan. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a cold smile. When he took a step forward, he raised a black cloud and directly rushed out of the Weiyang Palace. The direction he was heading towards was the Guanghan Immortal Palace in the Lunar Star. There were thousands of auspicious qi and immortal qi. The 33rd heaven of the Celestial Court could be said to be peerlessly beautiful. It was the holy land of immortals. Yi Xian walked all the way without hiding anything. He brazenly headed towards the Guanghan Immortal Palace. When immortals saw Yi Xian, they naturally had to bow and greet him as the East Emperor. There were even fairies who smiled faintly and bowed to Yi Xian in the immortal clouds. Of course, Yi Xian's journey towards the lunar star naturally shocked the immortals. There were even immortal officials who secretly reported this news to the Jade Emperor. In the bullfighting palace, the Jade Emperor's face was ashen. He kept pacing in the hall. He already knew about the lower realm. The 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the Celestial Court were fighting against the million demon soldiers of Huagua Mountain. This kind of thing already made him anxious. However, when the immortal officials entered the bullfighting palace and told him that Yi Xian was going to the Guanghan Immortal Palace, the Jade Emperor, who was already in a bad mood, finally exploded with the anger that he had suppressed for a long time. Bang! The zenith heaven immortal light shone out. The immortal officials in front of him exploded and disappeared without a trace. Even their souls were scattered and died. Damn it, damn it! Yi Xian, you little bastard. I've tolerated you so many times, but you're so bold. You actually dared to provoke Chang Yi. Are you provoking me? The Jade Emperor had already gone berserk. The zenith heaven golden light around him was extremely chaotic. If he did not forcefully control the killing intent in his heart, he really wanted to attack and directly blast Yi Xian into pieces. The Jade Emperor spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He tried his best to calm himself down. Huagua Mountain was the most important thing now. He could not let Yi Xian lose his composure. Buzz! The heavenly mirror appeared and directly reflected the scene of the Guanghan Palace. The Jade Emperor could not help but want to see what Yi Xian was going to do in the Guanghan Palace. Lunar Star, Guanghan Palace. The moonlight was like water. Under the Tongtian osmanthus tree, the Guanghan Palace made of white jade was still cold. Other than the osmanthus tree branches swaying slightly, the entire Guanghan Palace was silent. Buzz. An auspicious cloud dissipated under Yi Xian's feet, allowing Yi Xian to appear in front of the Guanghan Palace. I'm Yi Xian. Please meet me, Fairy Guanghan. Yi Xian's calm voice echoed in the void. However, after dozens of breaths, he did not receive any response. Yi Xian laughed coldly. He pushed open the palace door extremely rudely and was about to barge into the Guanghan Palace. As the saying goes, a guest comes from afar. Fairy, I'm afraid it's rude to refuse a guest. Yi Xian, my master does not want to see you. Please go back. Before Yi Xian could enter the Guanghan Palace, Lady Jade appeared in front of the palace door. She looked at Yi Xian with a hint of fear in her eyes. Lady Jade, we are old acquaintances. You should know what kind of person I am. Chapter 285. Yi Xian said indifferently as he slowly walked into the Guanghan Palace. Yunyan wanted to stop him, but when she saw Yi Xian's cold gaze, her entire body couldn't help but shiver. In the end, she didn't dare to stop him in the slightest. Yi Xian, you're too presumptuous. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian entered the Guanghan Palace, he heard an embarrassed and indignant rebuke come from within. A cold and lonely figure walked out from the inner hall, looking at Yi Xian with an expression of extreme shame and indignation. Bullfighting Palace. When the Jade Emperor saw Yi Xian barging into the Moon Palace through the heaven mirror, the Daluo immortal light around him was raging. The entire bullfighting palace was shaking violently. A terrifying immortal art was slowly forming in the Jade Emperor's hand. Yi Xian, you little bastard. You're forcing me to kill you. Daluo Jinxian's killing technique was blooming in the Jade Emperor's hand. As long as he used the immortal art, he could instantly break through the barrier of time and space and kill Yi Xian. Your Majesty, you can't do that. Suddenly, without waiting for the Jade Emperor to make a move, Taibai Jinxing quickly walked in. His voice was extremely trembling as he said, Your Majesty, Yi Xian is the Emperor of the East Pole, and he was personally conferred the title by you. Furthermore, he has the attention of a saint, and right now, the Chan school and Jie school's attitude towards him is unknown. If you kill him for the sake of Fairy Guanhan, not to mention whether or not you can succeed, I'm afraid that even the saint will blame you. Buzz. The immortal art of killing suddenly disappeared. The Jade Emperor suddenly woke up. Cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. He finally calmed down at this moment. Yes, Yi Xian knew that he was interested in Chang'e, but he still dared to go to the Moon Immortal Palace. Wasn't he trying to anger him? Moreover, the Jie school was obviously on good terms with Yi Xian. If this was what Tongtian wanted, wouldn't he be going against the Tongtian? Thinking of this, the Jade Emperor finally calmed down completely. However, his eyes revealed an extremely terrifying killing intent when he looked at the Moon Immortal Palace through the heaven mirror. Within the Guanghan Immortal Palace, the Moon Fairy's face was full of anger. She looked at Yi Xian with disgust, but there was also a touch of helplessness in her eyes. However, she did not notice that Yi Xian's body had tensed up. Even the surrounding space had become extremely viscous. At this moment, Yi Xian was already wielding the heaven-destroying halberd. His hair was standing on end and his heart was beating rapidly. An extremely terrifying killing intent crossed the barrier of time and space and quietly enveloped his body. Yi Xian knew that the killing intent came from the Jade Emperor. However, Yi Xian did not expect Daluo Jinxian to be so terrifying. It was just a thought, but it gave him such a huge amount of pressure. Fortunately, this killing intent came and went quickly. This caused Yi Xian's mind to relax. He knew that the Jade Emperor didn't dare to make a move against him in the end, so he continued to endure. Yi Xian knew that he was playing with fire. However, he had no choice because the Jade Emperor's only weakness was the Moon Fairy. This was also the only way he could deal with the Jade Emperor now. Yi Xian, you humiliated me first. Now, you trespassed into the Moon Immortal Palace. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Seeing that Yi Xian did not speak or move, the Moon Fairy's body was surrounded by celestial light. 2 celestial silk floated in the void. It seemed like she was going to attack Yi Xian if there was any disagreement. The Moon Fairy's real name was Chang'e. Not only was she the #1 fairy in the 3 realms, but she was also a primordial goddess. She was also a primordial unity golden immortal. She was not an ordinary woman who could not even trust a chicken. Yi Xian had humiliated her again and again. Even a man of clay would be angry, let alone the Moon Fairy. Fairy, this humble Taoist came here today to apologize to Fairy, and to ask Fairy to do something for me. Yi Xian directly ignored Fairy Guang Han's beautiful face as he spoke with a smile. Seeing the smile on Yi Xian's face, the Moon Fairy felt even more disgusted. She said coldly, "There's no need to apologize. Please get out of the Moon Immortal Palace. I won't help you." Looking at the Moon Fairy's cold face, Yi Xian's smile disappeared. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Chang'e, I'm giving you face by calling you the Moon Fairy. Today, you have to help me even if you don't want to. Yi Xian, you scum. You're too presumptuous." The Tai golden light surged out. 2 immortal silks tore through the void and blasted toward Yi Xian. From this, one could see how angry the Moon Fairy was. "How dare a mere primordial unity golden immortal like you fight me?" Yi Xian struck out with his palm. It was also Tai golden light, but it was filled with killing intent and contained a terrifying immortal technique. It directly turned the 2 strands of immortal silk into dregs. The rest of the force didn't decrease at all. It suddenly sent the Fairy of the Moon Palace flying, and the Tai golden light around her was annihilated inch by inch. A trace of red blood flowed from the corner of the Moon Fairy's mouth. Her slender body flew backward. However, before her body fell to the ground, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of her and pulled her soft waist into his arms. Hiss! A fragrance wafted into Yi Xian's nose. Yi Xian's eyes were in a trance, but he quickly woke up. However, the soft body of the Moon Fairy in his arms made Yi Xian's heart beat faster. Yi Xian swore that he really did not want to take advantage of the Moon Fairy. He really came here today to ask the Moon Fairy to do something for him. However, now that the #1 fairy of the 3 realms was in his arms and her beautiful face was in front of him, he could feel her soft body even more. An uncontrollable bestial impulse made him want to put the woman in his arms on the bed and ravage her crazily. The Moon Fairy's cold and pure face was a little pale. The blood at the corner of her mouth was even more pitiful. She was hit hard by Yi Xian and her consciousness was in a trance for a moment. Until Yi Xian's heavy breathing sprayed on her face, she quickly came back to her senses. When the Moon Fairy felt her pure body in Yi Xian's arms, a strong masculine scent came to her face. The Moon Fairy was completely stunned in Yi Xian's arms. In this situation, even a saint would not be able to control himself, let alone Yi Xian who was a real man. How could he resist the Moon Fairy's appearance? Yi Xian's mind was at work. When he saw the misty eyes of the Moon Fairy and her red cherry lips, the bestial instinct hidden in the depths of his heart finally burst out uncontrollably. Ah! The Moon Fairy let out a soft moan from her cherry lips. It was even more seductive. However, the moan stopped abruptly because Yi Xian had already kissed the Moon Fairy's cherry lips fiercely. Yi Xian was crazily demanding. It was like thunder stirring up the fire on the earth. He was crazily demanding for that touch of sweetness. That touch of sweetness in his mouth made Yi Xian fall into a state where he was worse than a beast. He demanded from the Moon Fairy in an extremely unreasonable and unrestrained manner. At this moment, an extremely ambiguous aura spread in the Moon Fairy Palace. The skin of the Moon Fairy that looked like it was carved out of ivory was exposed inch by inch. It was even blooming with a stunning flush. If the people of the three realms saw this scene, they would probably scream out in shock and want to cut Yi Xian into pieces. Who was the Moon Fairy? She was the #1 fairy in the three realms and the primeval goddess. She had always been the symbol of purity and the goddess in the hearts of all the men in the three realms. At this moment, she was being blasphemed. At this moment, the blasphemy continued and the ambiguity grew. Yun Yang looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. She did not come to her senses for more than 10 breaths. Obviously, she was at a loss and could not believe what she was seeing. Ah! When Yi Xian was about to go further with the Moon Fairy, an ear-piercing scream came from Yun Yang's mouth. Chapter 286. It was like the morning bell and evening drum, like the thunder from the ninth heaven. The raging flames that rose from the bottom of Yi Xian's heart seemed to have been extinguished by ice water as he quickly woke up. The face of the Moon Fairy beneath him was flushed red, and her extremely blurry eyes were recovering their spiritual light. Ah! Another ear-piercing scream came from the mouth of the goddess of Moon Palace. Her body was shining. It was an extremely blazing Tai golden light. Her beautiful face showed complex emotions that had never been seen before. Shameless. I'll kill you. Shame, resentment, and an indescribable feeling of shyness. When all these emotions were mixed together, the goddess of Moon Palace attacked Yi Xian with her palm. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire Guanhan Immortal Palace shook violently. Yi Xian was sent flying, and his body emitted a resplendent golden light. He was barely able to block the attack of the Guanhan Fairy, and his body steadily fell to the ground. At this moment, Yi Xian's face turned red. He was a little embarrassed. He did not expect that he would be fascinated by beauty one day. Even now, he still felt that he had not had enough. A wisp of the goddess of Moon Palace's fragrance was still floating in his nose. Yi Xian savored this wonderful feeling carefully. It made his mind shake. His eyes were a little dazed at this moment. When he looked at the goddess of Moon Palace, there was a great desire to possess her. Don't misunderstand. Yi Xian was not infatuated with the goddess of Moon Palace. It was her beautiful body that made him unable to stop. This was a normal reaction of a man. As for taking advantage of the goddess of Moon Palace, no, it was more than taking advantage. It should be called blasphemy. Yi Xian did not feel guilty at all. Women might be a symbol of love in the eyes of others. They were something sacred and inviolable. However, to Yi Xian, women were just tools to be used. Even the goddess of Moon Palace was no exception. Yi Xian, I'll kill you. The goddess of Moon Palace was no longer cold and pure. She was blushing. It was as if she had turned from a high and mighty goddess into an ordinary woman. She madly and angrily rushed toward Yi Xian. Since the untainted land until now, the goddess of Moon Palace had always been a pure existence. She had never let anyone touch her body. Even the man who had made her heart move in the past had kept the boundaries between men and women. But today, not only was she pressed down by Yi Xian, she was even desecrated by him in an extremely shameless and filthy manner. Although she didn't lose her virginity to Yi Xian, this kind of encounter made the Moon Fairy feel like she was going crazy. Bang! 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 The immortal arts and slender, jade-like hands. The Guanghan Fairy no longer cared if she was Yi Xian's opponent and crazily attacked him. She was extremely ashamed and resentful. It was a battle where both sides suffered heavy losses. In her heart, she only wanted to kill Yi Xian so that she could wash away the humiliation Yi Xian gave her. In the beginning, Yi Xian still gave in. However, when he found that the goddess of Moon Palace was getting more and more insatiable, Yi Xian frowned and his face gradually darkened. Yi Xian had never been a man who had tender feelings for women. He would not feel guilty toward the goddess of Moon Palace. Since he had already bullied the goddess of Moon Palace, he would bully her to the end. That was Yi Xian's nature. Bang! The tiny golden light exploded in the void. Yi Xian cast a great immortal spell and immediately sent the goddess of Moon Palace flying. Before the goddess of Moon Palace's body landed on the ground, Yi Xian took a step forward and quietly appeared in front of her. His jade-like hand suddenly grabbed the goddess of Moon Palace's neck and lifted her into the air like a chicken. Have you had enough? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and his face was as gloomy as water. At this moment, the goddess of Moon Palace's hair was messy. Her neck was being grabbed by Yi Xian. Her beautiful face was a little red. However, when she looked at Yi Xian, her eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. Yi Xian, if you don't kill me today, I will kill you with my own hands in the future. I will destroy your soul and let you die. The goddess of Moon Palace spoke with difficulty. She had completely disregarded her life and death. If you asked who she hated the most right now, it would definitely be Yi Xian in front of her. Looking at the goddess of Moon Palace's fearless face, Yi Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He said, "Chang-yi, you are a lonely flower. You think that because you are beautiful, you don't care about any man in the world. However, in the eyes of Yi Xian, you are just a woman that I can press down on and play with. Today, I did something impulsive. Even if I had your body today, so what? Am I, Yi Xian, not good enough for you?" Yi Xian spoke bluntly. He said whatever was on his mind. He was a real villain, not a hypocrite. "Yi Xian, I will kill you." Yi Xian's actions and words had completely changed the goddess of Moon Palace's worldview. She had never seen such a shameless person. Not only did he blaspheme her, but he also ridiculed her. From the untainted land to the present, all the men she had met were respectful to her. Even if they had dirty thoughts about her, they would pretend to be gentlemen. Only Yi Xian was so different. "Kill me." Yi Xian smiled sinisterly as he suddenly threw the fairy of the Moon Palace onto the frost jade bed beside him. Without waiting for the fairy of the Moon Palace to react, he directly pressed her down onto the bed, and their bodies once again stuck together. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into an evil smile as he stared at the beautiful face of the Moon Fairy. "I'm pressing you down right now and can take your body at any time. Tell me, how are you going to kill me? Or are you trying to kill me when I'm not paying attention while we're making love?" Yi Xian kept mocking her, which made the goddess of Moon Palace feel ashamed and angry. She looked at Yi Xian with mixed feelings of shame and anger. Women were very strange creatures. The more respectful and courteous you were to her and the more you treated her as a goddess that could not be profaned, the less she would treat you with respect. However, if you ignored them and did not take them to heart, it would arouse a woman's rebellious nature. Although Fairy Guanghan was the #1 beauty of the three realms and had countless admirers, all of them were extremely famous figures in the three realms. Every single one of them treated her with utmost respect, just like Yang Jian and the Jade Emperor. Although the goddess of Moon Palace was the most beautiful woman in the three realms, she was still a woman. When she could not resist Yi Xian, an emotion that she had never felt before grew in her heart. This emotion seemed to be shame, anger, and resentment, but it also contained a trace of curiosity and unwillingness. She was curious about Yi Xian. Fairy Guanghan was curious about what kind of person Yi Xian was. Why didn't he have the slightest bit of respect for her, the #1 fairy of the three realms, and even ignored her? Even if he took advantage of her, it was as if it was just a trivial matter, you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.